Chapter 2353. The usually arrogant Jiang, who men were now, like obedient children, lining up to buy tickets to a movie. Their faces were pale. Now, even if they wanted to leave and not attend the coronation ceremony, they couldn't. What if they were told that they were guilty if they left now? Then they would die even more unjustly. They registered their personal information and entered the city. When they entered the inn, they felt that it was different. Every innkeeper was like Sun Tzu, trembling with fear as they asked their guests to register their personal information. They even kowtowed and rolled on the ground to make their guests register their personal information. This was because there were orders from above. The inns were open all night and were not allowed to close. However, if a spy was found in anyone's inn, then they would be considered unlucky and guilty. Unless they were completely clear when they registered their personal information. Anyway, everyone had proof of their identity. No one could fake it. This made all the innkeepers in the imperial city want to hang themselves. Business was so difficult, and they were not allowed to close. They even had to bear the risk of being beheaded. There was no way they could survive this day. That was the thought of every innkeeper. If they were not afraid of arousing unnecessary suspicion, most of the innkeepers would rather close down than continue to open their shops. In the next few days, the divine senses of the saints were like tides, rising and falling one after another. They covered the entire imperial city and the surrounding 3,000 miles. This was undoubtedly a huge loss. 18 saints, 18 directions. With such a huge area, it was impossible to take care of everything with just one person's strength. Of course, if you ordered an expert like Yuan Tianjia, it was not impossible to take care of everything. However, who could order an expert like Juni Ho? Who would dare to order him around? Although Mo Tianji felt helpless about this, he had no other choice. He could only brace himself for it. He had to ensure that no one would be able to sneak into the imperial capital without him knowing. With such a saint-level strong man's divine sense enveloping the area, as long as it wasn't a super strong man like Diho, it would be impossible to sneak in without a sound. Mo Tianji had already tried to do this, but even the two kings of calligraphy and painting weren't able to sneak in. In other words, even a 7 stars guard wouldn't be able to set up such a tight, defensive line. If the Saint Monarch was still a level higher and dispatched an expert at the level of Diho to secretly cause trouble, then Mo Tianji would accept it. What could he do if he didn't? In Jianghu, a super expert who could reach Juni Ho's level was extremely rare. The sage didn't send out the experts that belonged to him on the surface, and was still able to find such a character in the pugilistic world. This could only mean that the sage's level was too high, and he had too many trump cards. The absolute disparity in strength between the two sides was too great, and it wasn't his fault. It didn't matter if he admitted defeat like this. But on the other hand, if a sage didn't have such power, then he would have to be obedient. Mo Tianji decided to take a gamble because he believed that experts like Diho were not as common as cabbages in the Heaven Layer Imperial Court. Even a saint would not have such a strong bargaining chip. Even if he did, he might not be willing to sacrifice it for Doqi. Mo Tianji's face was calm, but he was gnashing his teeth in anger. Countless people surged into the imperial city like a tide. After that, more and more people continued to pour in. Everyone, because of the lesson learned from their predecessors, obediently registered and then entered the city. Even experts at the saint level were no exception. Previously, there was also a primary level saint who wanted to make an exception, but in the end he was beaten half to death on the spot. GMO and Luokadi, who were in charge of this area, immediately took action and directly crippled this reckless guy. Then they stripped him naked and hung him high on the flagpole, establishing power. Both of them sneered in their hearts. Mo Tianji was currently lacking a qualified opponent to establish his power, and this guy popped up. Since he was unlucky, then I'll let him be unlucky to the end. Not only Mo Tianji, but even GMO and Luo Kadi knew that this guy was innocent. There was no such spy who came up to cause trouble and exposed himself. But even if he was innocent, he became the most tragic victim under Mo Tianji's plan, who asked him to be the first bird to stick his neck out. Naked to the waist, he was hung high. His flowing hair was combed into a smooth bun. His head was lifted up high, and his face was directly facing all the people coming and going. His cultivation was already crippled. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he could not. He could only passively accept the punishment and humiliation. Time was of the essence, so Mo Tianji could only use such extreme methods. Including the tens of thousands of people who refused to register and were killed, there were similar groups of people outside the city gates. Adding them up, there were tens of thousands of people. He believed that most of these people were innocent and were not real spies. But Mo Tianji did not care whether they were innocent or not. What he needed was direct and bloody methods. This was a warning to the whole world that no one could be rash. If it was Chu Yang who carried out the same plan, perhaps he would use a gentler method. But in Mo Tianji's hands, it was always direct, bloody, and cruel. But it hit the nail on the head and was simple and effective. Mo Tianji did not care about infamy. What he wanted was the result and the safety of the Ascension ceremony. 37,000 lives, and a saint was hung naked. Such a cruel price had been paid in exchange for the order they had now. In the eyes of most people, this was too much. But in Mo Tianji's eyes, it was worth it. In his heart, he thought, since you have the guts to jump out at this time, then you are courting death. Why did no one jump out except you? Since you think you are so powerful, then you have done many similar things in the past. You have to pay the price for pretending to be powerful. So you are a fool. Mo Tianji killed with a clear conscience. So everything I do now is to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Well killed, well died. They deserved it. I have avenged countless innocent people who died in their hands because they finally died innocently. Mo Tianji made a noble conclusion to his cruel actions. Everyone who heard this almost broke down. The men's testicles were cramping, and the women's menstrual cycle was irregular after hearing this. Although you had no choice but to do it for the sake of the big picture, it was still cruel to think that you could find such a sanctimonious reason for doing it for the country, for the people, for the world, and for the common people. Shameless. As the saying goes, shamelessness is invincible in the world. Obviously, Mo Tianji had reached such a level. Hu Bugu'e stood in front of Chonghua City and looked at the fluttering flags. He could not help but sigh. Perhaps once he went in, he might not be able to come out, right? He just did not know how many people like him would survive in the end. But no matter what, he had never had a chance to repay the kindness he had received since he was young. At this moment, it was time to repay the kindness. Shaking his head, Hu Bugu'e bent his body and his white hair fluttered in the wind. He slowly walked to the registration office. At his waist, there was a tattered scabbard. Hu Bugu'e. The registration officer asked suspiciously, "Is this your real name? Are you sure?" Hu Bugu'e blinked his old yellow eyes, then honestly said, "Yes." Therefore, the registration officer recorded this name and the follow-up information one by one. However, he did not notice that the expressions of the people behind him changed almost at the same time when they heard the name, Hu Bugu'e. When they saw this hunchbacked figure walk into the city gate, one of them immediately put this information on the list of key monitoring and reported it one by one. Hu Bugu'e, primary saint, saber saint. This person was a swordsman of mysterious origins who was famous in the pugilistic world. He had always been alone. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew where he went. He did not care whether he was right or wrong. He did things according to his own preferences. Among the relevant precautions that Mo Tianji had set, people like this needed to be paid attention to. Wu Yan, after a long journey, finally arrived at Chonghua City. Facing this city that he had been to countless times, This was the first time he felt unfamiliar. It was a heartfelt unfamiliar. There was no other reason. It was because this world had a new master, and he came on the orders of his master. There was no other reason than to do his best. Even if Xie Dan Qiong became the heavenly emperor, he would be disgraced and disgraced. However, it was easy to imagine how dangerous this mission was. Regardless of whether he could complete the mission or not, the possibility of returning alive was extremely small. But he had to come. Firstly, it was to repay his kindness. Secondly, it was for the restriction. When Wu Yin walked into the city gate, he had asked himself, "How many people like me are there in this world? Maybe not many, but not few, right?" He shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really did not know how to answer this question. The place that he came from was a mysterious place. It was a villa. For 5 million years, millions of experts came from there. However, no one in this world knew where that place was. No one in the pugilistic world knew about this nameless villa. It only existed silently. Every year, a large number of children were taken in there. Every year, a large number of assassins were spat out. Every year, the number of children who were taken in would exceed 100,000. However, the number of children who could walk out of that place would not exceed 3,000. The other 7,000 people were nowhere to be found. Until one day, when he accidentally walked into the back of the mountain, he unexpectedly discovered that matter. Wu Yun would never forget that day. Chapter 2354. Wu Yun still remembered the intense shock that almost drove him crazy at that moment. The deep cliffs that stretched for thousands of miles were about to be filled up by the skeletons. Those were some young bones. Over the years, many children could not withstand the cruel training and died. Their corpses were all left in the wilderness. He would never forget the moment when the instructor found him and looked at him coldly. The next time he went there, the cliff was still the same cliff, but the piles of bones had disappeared without a trace. It was as if what he saw last time was just a dream. So much so that every night when he dreamed, he would ask himself if he had really seen wrongly that day. Of the less than 3,000 people who made it out, a small portion of them would go to various big worlds and try to pass the examinations to obtain scholarly honors, obtain an official position, and manage a region. However, most of them would go to the vast Jianghu. Every person who came out of there, without exception, had the strength of Earth stage when they first came out. Keeping one's own secret and not telling anyone was the first rule. Even if they were old acquaintances of the villa and met by chance in the Jianghu, they were just strangers. Those who violated this rule would be killed without mercy. In addition, the villa only had one requirement. Every 500 years, the person involved had to break through a small realm. After becoming a saint, it could be changed to one breakthrough every 100,000 years, waiting for the mission order. Those who could not break through would only have a dead end. How many tens of thousands of years had passed? At the beginning, it would naturally take less than 500 years to break through. But the further one went, especially after breaking through the saint level, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through one level in 500 years. If one didn't have enough opportunities and the help of enough natural treasures, there was almost a 100% chance that they would not be able to complete this advancement mission. If one could not complete the mission, then no matter how many contributions, merits, or hard work one had before, there was only death. There was no exception. Compared to the advancement mission, other things like wealth and power were not even worth mentioning. With life, there was hope and a tomorrow. Without life, everything was just smoke. Those who came out of there deeply understood this point. Living was not easy, but dying was very simple. As long as the master willed it, the poison hidden deep in his heart would immediately take effect, and he would immediately die an unnatural death, his spirit dispersing. Of the 3,000 people who came out in the same year as him, how many of them were still alive? Wu Yin shook his head and smiled bitterly. He couldn't answer this question, but the only thing he could be sure of was that it was definitely not a lot. Perhaps the number of survivors was less than 10. In fact, It wasn't impossible for him to be the only one left. How many of the people who came out after him are still alive? What about before? This strict rule made the people who came out of that place crazily increase their strength. They went crazy to steal, rob, and obtain some heavenly treasures by hook or by crook. And the more it was like this, the faster people would die. Every one of them was fighting alone. There was no outside help. In fact, there were many times when they would kill each other in order to seize the opportunity to advance and survive. 3,000 people every year could be said to be a lot. However, after these 3,000 people came out, at most, less than half of them would be left after a year. After 5 years, the best situation was that there would only be 100 or 200 left. By the time the first 500 years was up, most of them would already be 2 or 3 little kittens. With the elimination of the martial world, these people became fewer and fewer. There were many people who had been alive for many years, and they had already gone extinct. There was often a situation like this. A person who came out in a certain year would only be left after a long time. But counting from that person, the people who came out in the next few decades would all die. Only then would they be reconnected. However, there was also one thing that could be guaranteed. Those who could survive in this way were all elites. How many of these elites were still alive could only be found in the records of the villa. Outsiders, including people like Wu Yan, had always thought that they were the only ones who existed. They had long been used to such a way of life. Wu Yun sighed spontaneously, carrying his lifelong companion, a thin and long sheathless sword. He slowly walked into Cheonghua City. His back seemed a little desolate. There was a sense of desolation and death. I'm old. I can't break through the next realm no matter what. This time, I'm afraid that this will be the last mission I'll carry out. How many people have I killed in order to carry out these missions? How many innocents have I slaughtered? How many innocents have I harmed? I really can't remember anymore. I can't count. The tide of people continued to surge in from all directions. Mo Tian-ji stood on top of the southern city gate with his hands behind his back. He looked at the people who were surging in from all directions. The wind blew, and his black hair fluttered. The strong wind blew in his face. Mo Tian-ji subconsciously narrowed his eyes, forming 2 slits. However, the chilling light that shot out from the slits of his eyes was enough to make anyone's heart turn cold. There were people coming and going constantly, passing on information. These people were all moving at the speed of saint-level experts. They immediately sent the information of the people who came in from the city gate to Mo Tianji. The saint will definitely not allow Xie Danqiong to ascend the throne so smoothly. Therefore, he will definitely take action. However, he will not be able to use the forces on the surface. On the surface, he still has to praise and support Xie Danqiong. Therefore, he will definitely not use his official forces. Some of the experts who are in contact with the saint and even the heavenly emperors in the Jianghu cannot be used. After all, it is easy to find clues. There are also the forces of the super sections. He will not be able to use them. Similarly, it is even more impossible for him to personally take action. However, the saint will definitely have some other secret people who can complete this mission. I can be sure of this. If he doesn't have such power, I will look down on him. He would not be worthy of sitting in his current position. No matter how despicable, shameless, and scrupulous and unscrupulous, we must admit that the saint's current position is undoubtedly the position of a winner. The winner's prize. For him to be able to achieve such a victory, it is his pride and achievement. Therefore, we must not look down on him at all. Since everyone has been ruled out, where will the people who might come out to cause trouble come from? Mo Tianji's voice was very low. As soon as he spoke, his words drifted away with the wind. However, the expression on his face was grave. He used his finger to gently press on the 3 feet thick list of names in front of him. He said lightly, "It can only be in here." A storm is coming. Whether it is a good show or a disaster will start from tonight. The north wind blew Mo Tianji's hair and robes, making them flutter. Chu Yang smiled slightly and said lightly, "How many people have you confirmed now?" Mo Tianji smiled and said, "At the moment, there are at least 100 suspicious people. However, only 3 people can be confirmed. There are more than 20 people who are major suspects. Everyone else also has their own suspicions, so we'll have to start exploring tonight." Mo Tianji sighed heavily and said, "This is only the first day." Mo Tianji had already racked his brains to find these people from the huge list of names. In this short day, the effort that Mo Tianji had put in was hard to estimate. Chu Yang nodded and said, "All right, since this is the case, Lu'er will accompany me tonight. I need to borrow her poison techniques." Mo Tianji frowned and said, "Letting a girl take the risk. This is not good, right? Why don't we find someone else?" Chu Yang said seriously and righteously, "What are you talking about? As a man of Jianghu, how can we deliberately avoid these risks that we have to face? We have to go through the wind and the rain of blood to be truly safe in Jianghu. How can we not get used to it? Moreover, if you can find a top poison expert like Lu'er, can you find one?" Looking at Chu Yang's serious face, Mo Tianji opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. After a while, he lowered his head and said, "All right. First of all, what Chu Yang said was indeed reasonable. How could one see the rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain? How could one achieve peace without experiencing the rain of blood? Second of all, even though Mo Tianji was a peerless expert, he really couldn't find another top poison expert for Chu Yang. In the imperial court, people who used poison were rare to begin with. Chu Lu'er had a series of fortuitous encounters, and her cultivation in the art of poison had already soared to an unimaginable height. Given her current cultivation and attainments in the art of poison, even if she had yet to reach an unprecedented level, there was probably no one in the world who could be her match. Even if Wu Jueqing were to come personally, he might not dare to say that he could definitely surpass the current Chu Lu'er in the art of poison. Thirdly, Mo Tianji really didn't dare to object anymore, because Chu Lu'er had been standing on the city wall all this while. Her face was full of anticipation. When she heard Chu Yang's words, she smiled and said, "Big brother is still the best. I know that I want to go out and move around. Staying in my room all the time is really boring." Mo Tianji sighed from the bottom of his heart and said, "I still have to remind you that these people are all real experts. You must be careful. Your own safety is the most important thing. Everything else is secondary." Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, so long-winded, "Do I need you to remind me?" After saying that, he took Chu Lu'er's hand and left. Behind them, Mo Tianji turned his back. No one could see that his face was full of frustration. "Fuck, who told you to do that? This Chu Yang really thinks too highly of himself." Chu Lu'er, who was walking down the city wall, rolled her eyes. However, a smile flashed across Chu Yang's face before it turned serious again. Hu Bugui sat cross-legged in the room of the inn alone. He didn't know why, but ever since he entered Chonghua City, he felt a little uneasy. There was also a bad premonition that kept invading his heart. Chapter 2355. But after searching several times with his divine sense, he did not find anything. Was it an illusion? But how could it be an illusion? The intuition that he had accumulated over countless years in the Jianghu, how could it be wrong? Since it was not an illusion, and his search was fruitless, it meant that the power that was targeting him was far stronger than himself, far beyond his imagination. With this thought clear, he felt even worse. However, after so many years of bloodshed, when had he ever had a good feeling? Apart from death, it was not a big deal. Even if he died, it was not a big deal. For him, perhaps it was an early release. Hu Bugui snorted, his face still showing a doddering old look. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, not caring about the outside world. At this moment, there was a whistling wind coming from afar. Hubugaway suddenly opened his eyes, two dazzling rays of light shooting out from his eyes. That voice was extremely overbearing and was directed at him. He still did not move and just stared at the door. The next moment, without warning, the door was shattered into pieces, and the room was filled with debris. A pitch-black blade with an imposing aura that could split the heaven and earth was coming at him. This blade was fierce and overbearing, and carried with it the power to split the heaven and earth. This was no longer a test, but a fatal blow. Hubugaway's eyes flashed, and it was unknown when the blade was already in his hand. The blade flicked forward. With a ding sound, Hubugaway's blade accurately touched the pitch-black blade. The opponent's blade paused slightly, but this slight moment was enough. Whoosh! Hubugaway's originally cross-legged body suddenly fell back, and then floated up, standing firmly on the couch. In front of him, there was a burly young man in black, standing with his blade across his chest. Just now he had not finished his attack, and had retracted his blade, and did not force an attack. "Who are you?" Hubugaway's complexion was unchanged. He gently coughed and swallowed the blood that had reached his throat. Although Hubugaway's complexion was calm, he was in fact extremely shocked. He had faced countless enemies in his life, but today it was the first time that he had been severely injured by someone with a blade. The person's blade was extremely fierce and overbearing, reaching a level that Hubugaway had never seen before in his life. That person took a step into the door and gave Hubugaway the feeling that a whole mountain range had moved and was pressing down on him. It was only a step away, but there was a huge mountain pressing down on him with earth-shattering power. "I am Dong Wushang." The black-clothed youth looked fiercely at Hubugaway and said in a low voice, "You are Hubugaway?" Hubugaway narrowed his eyes. "Dong Wushang, do you have a grudge against me?" "No." Dong Wushang shook his head. "You have a grudge?" "No." "Then why?" Hubugaway flew into a rage. There was no relationship between the two of them, yet you attacked me for no reason. What does this mean? Dong Wushang looked at him calmly and said, "Because you're here to cause trouble." Hubugaway suddenly raised his head. "No, you are," Dong Wushang said with certainty. He was not even willing to say half a word more, and directly condemned Hubugaway. Hubugaway shook his head. "I'm not." Before he finished the sentence, he was already interrupted by Dong Wushang. "You're here to cause trouble." "What?" "We're both people who use the blade, and you're also at this stage, but you don't dare to admit it? You dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it?" Dong Wushang's words were as overbearing as the blade he had slashed out. Hubugaway's face twitched and was silent for a long while before he finally said, "That's right. People who use the blade." This in itself was a kind of dignity. A swordsman could let down anyone in his life, but he would never let down his own blade. He would not disgrace the words "people who use the blade." The person was the blade, and the blade was the person. Insulting the blade was equivalent to insulting oneself, and even worse than insulting oneself. If you scold a swordsman's 8 generations of ancestors, or that swordsman may be indifferent. But as long as it involved the honor and disgrace of the blade, it was a fight between swordsmen. The dignity of the blade was not to be violated. Therefore, although Hubugaway did not want to admit it, he still admitted it. Moreover, since the other party was so certain, he must have grasped a lot. Whether he admitted it or not might not have any more meaning. Dong Wushang nodded. "At least you dare to admit what you've done, and can be considered a person who uses the blade. Not bad. Draw your blade. I'll give you a dignified death, and let you die under my blade." Just as the best ending for a soldier was to die in battle, the best ending for a swordsman was to die under the blade. Hubugaway's face lit up and he chuckled. "Hubugaway, the blade does not return." Suddenly, the blade light exploded into a cold light that filled the sky and attacked Dong Wushang. From the first exchange of blows, Hubugaway already knew that he was definitely not this young man's match, but he still chose to attack with all his strength. His eyes were very dazzling at this moment, and he hoped that he could display the sharpness of his blade in this final battle and finally die under another peerless divine blade. Only such a death could be considered satisfying. Dong Wushang's dark blade had already turned into lightning. However, the thunderous movements suddenly stopped. Hu Bugui's face revealed a bleak smile, and he said softly, "Thank you. You didn't ask me anything." "Because you won't say it," Dong Wushang said indifferently. Hu Bugui coughed and laughed. "Good blade." With a touch of regret in his eyes, he slowly closed them. Since childhood, he had been reduced to a tool, and until now, his biggest regret was not knowing who his parents were, not knowing where his home was, and not knowing who the person who turned him into a tool was. But in this life, he lived in confusion and died in confusion. His body was still upright, and his hand blade was still tightly gripped in his hand. The sharp blade was only half an inch away from Dong Wushang's waist, but he was already dead. Half an inch was actually an insurmountable moat. Dong Wushang slowly pulled out the dark blade from his chest, his face expressionless. His body flashed, and he went out through the window. Hu Bugui's body slowly fell to the ground, and blood slowly gushed out, dyeing the ground red. Outside the inn, footsteps sounded. A group of soldiers and horses rushed in. Under the terrified gaze of the shopkeeper, the leader patted the shopkeeper's shoulder and said, "Congratulations, congratulations! Isn't this room now empty? You can receive other customers and earn double the amount of money. This is a good thing." He smiled, put away Hu Bugui's body, and strode away. The innkeeper's face was deathly pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Double the money to earn double the money like this. He would be scared to death after a few times. Wu Yin had always been cautious. After checking into the inn, he pulled open the curtains and placed a pillow inside, creating a simple but very effective illusion. Then he flashed to the top of the wardrobe and no longer made a sound. This was a habit left behind after so many years of roaming the Jianghu. At his level of cultivation, he no longer had to worry about being ambushed by enemies, but this habit could not be changed. It was already the second watch. The door suddenly rang 3 times, and someone knocked on the door. Wu Yin slowly opened his eyes, and the long sword that never left his side was silently in his hand, but he felt that his palms were full of sweat. He completely did not notice when the person outside the door came. It was only when the door was knocked that he knew. The other party clearly knew that he was in the room. What this meant was self-evident. Just from this point, he had already lost. The knocking on the door was the prelude to death. The person who knocked on the door was the death god. "Who is it?" Wu Yin asked in a low voice. At this time, there was no meaning in not making a sound. "It's me." There was a cold voice outside the door. It was only 2 words, but he could already feel the coldness of the other party's sword. It was as if the person outside the door was not a person, nor was it the death god, but an unsheathed sword with murderous intent. But what was the difference between a sword like this and the death god? The door slowly opened, and the world inside and outside the door were surprisingly connected. One was outside the door, one was inside the door. The person outside the door was a young man in black, his eyes like a sword, his body like a sword, his spirit like a sword, and his hand like a sword. Wu Yin. The person's sharp eyes instantly locked onto Wu Yin. Wu Yin chuckled. "That's right. I've been unlucky all my life, so I named myself Wu Yin. I'm just mocking myself." The man in black said mockingly, "If you are considered as Wu Yin, then what about the hundreds of thousands of innocent people who died in your hands?" Wu Yin said indifferently, "Regardless of whether they are innocent or guilty, to be able to die under my sword, their souls will leave the spring, and they will no longer sink into the turbid world. Naturally, they are lucky." The black-clothed youth nodded slowly. "So that's how it is. It's your turn to be lucky today." Wu Yin understood the unspoken meaning of the other's words, so he asked, "Why?" "Why?" The black-clothed youth asked softly. "Then why are you here?" Wu Yun narrowed his eyes and said, I am here to congratulate Heavenly Monarch Mo Yun on his ascension to the throne. Are you here to cause trouble? Are you trying to disrupt the Celestial Emperor Ascension ceremony? The black-clothed young man's face was cold as he said, Who sent you here? How many people have come to congratulate me this time? He actually went along with Wu Yun's words. Wu Yun said nonchalantly, I've always been a lone wolf, and I've come alone this time as well. Why? Can't I? Indeed, the black-clothed youth shook his head. If you're here to congratulate me, then come with me. All the experts who came to congratulate me will be gathered together under unified management. Unified management? How am I supposed to act then? Wu Yun shook his head without hesitation. No. Before he could finish his words, a cold light flashed. The person in front of him had already attacked with his sword, aiming for Wu Yun's throat. Wu Yun was already prepared. He raised his head, leaned sideways, and took a step back. However, the sword was as fast as lightning. Once again it came at him with lightning speed. This time it was still aimed at his throat. Wu Yun's sword was already in his hand, and he could counterattack at any time. However, in the face of such a terrifying sword, he did not even have the time to defend himself. In fact, he even felt a sense of familiarity with this person's sword. The sword intent was accompanied by endless loneliness. Chapter 2356. Swish, 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 the two of them fell into a silent stalemate, no different from a normal fight. However, the seemingly ordinary sword was actually attached with a hidden and enormous power. Once it was triggered, it would be earth-shattering. As long as it came into contact with flesh, it could instantly destroy one's spirit, causing one's spirit to perish and be consigned to eternal damnation. 10 swords in a row, Wu Yun kept dodging, but he suddenly realized that he had already retreated to a corner and could no longer retreat. And the sword in front of him was still like a maggot, still chasing after him. When the cold light flashed again, the sword tip stopped in front of his throat. A trace of despair flashed in Wu Yun's eyes. He was not a match at all. Who the hell are you? Wu Yun asked dryly. In this world, there are only a handful of people who can force me to this point with just 2 or 3 moves. Which one are you? The black-clothed youth said coldly, My name is Gudushing. It's a very strange name, right? I don't think I'm one of those people you think I am. Wu Yun's eyes flashed, and he muttered, Gudushing, Gudushing, such a thunderous name. How could I be unfamiliar? It's actually you. Why are you here? And you even participated in the jasper flower defense? Aren't you afraid that others will say that you are degrading yourself? Gudushing? Degrading myself? It seemed that Guduxing really didn't know when he had gained such a flashy nickname. It turned out that the emperor among his brothers was not Xiadan Qiong, but himself. This extremely flashy nickname made Guduxing's heart somewhat uncomfortable. Even if he was called lone swordsman or solitary swordsman, in his opinion, it sounded much better than this Guduxing or whatever. Guduxing would never forget how badly Xiadan Qiong had been played by his brothers on the day of the naming ceremony. As long as he replaced the Xiadan Qiong of that day with himself, his heart would shudder and he would be terrified. The uncomfortable feelings in his heart needed a way to vent, and it seemed that this Wu Yun in front of him was the best tool to vent. All these unhappy feelings were caused by him. I think you should have some serious things to say. Guduxing pointed the tip of his sword at Wu Yun's throat. On the tip of the sword, a mass of destructive sword energy condensed into a green mass. As long as he spat it out slightly, this green sword chi would immediately enter Wu Yun's body, turning his internal organs into powder and causing his soul to scatter. Wu Yun smiled bleakly. I've killed so many people in my life, and I've destroyed no less than tens of thousands of innocent families. How can I have so much to say? What else is there to do in front of the pure sky, Sword Emperor? Gu Duxing's expression became colder and colder, and his gaze became even sharper. Speak! How many people did you send this time? Wu Yun laughed mischievously. Sir Sword Emperor, you are asking the wrong person. Including the people who came, no one knows how many people came, because we don't know each other. Sir Sword Emperor asked me. We also want to know the answer to this question. Ha ha ha. Gu Duxing sighed in his heart, and the black dragon's sword rose up like clouds. Green sword chi surged out. Wu Yun's throat gurgled, and he muttered, I, Wu Yun, am not lucky today. Suddenly, he revealed a strange smile. But to be able to die in the hands of the Sword Emperor, I can be considered lucky. Before he finished his last sentence, his body had already fallen straight to the ground. Gu Duxing was silent for a moment. Then he pulled out his sword and left. At the same time, Chu Yang looked at the black-robed old man who was still struggling under the attack of Chu Luo's ultimate poison. He couldn't help but say, as long as you name one person, I will give you a quick death. The old man smiled bitterly. I really want a quick death, but unfortunately, I really don't even know one person. Chu Yang closed his eyes and sighed. The calamity sword came out, and he ended it with one strike. In the second half of the night, the group of brothers all gathered in Mo Tianji's room, and everyone's expression was heavy. After this night, everyone could basically confirm that the people they found were here to cause trouble, and they had all been cleaned up. However, everyone's expression was exceptionally heavy. You didn't find anything, right? Mo Tianji looked up at the ceiling and asked softly. Everyone was silent when they heard this. Yes, more than 50 heavenly human-level experts and more than 10 saint-level experts had died in the hands of the brothers this night. And this was only the first day. Based on the strength of the cleanup operation, the success rate was 100%. Not a single person escaped the net. The operation should be considered very successful. However, the success of the operation was only the most basic requirement. Everyone had worked so hard, but they had only completed the most basic requirement. Other than the success of the cleanup, they didn't gain anything else because the targets of the attack had one thing in common, and that was they didn't know anything. Everything was just their personal actions after receiving orders. In fact, they couldn't even tell the reason for their one-way communication. It wasn't that they didn't want to say anything, but they really couldn't say anything, or rather, they didn't know what to say. Rue Batong had once used the Nirvana flame to burn a person until he was reduced to ashes. But under such extreme pain, that person broke down emotionally, cried bitterly, knelt down, begged for mercy, and only asked for a quick death. But he still couldn't say anything useful. Perhaps this is the scariest part of the enemy. Mo Tianji frowned. The enemy definitely didn't just sneak in these 30 people. There are definitely some fish that escaped the net. Mo Tianji said softly, but do you feel like you found them? Chu Yang sat on it and said indifferently, Tonight, Lu'er and I have dealt with a total of 8 people. We have a vague feeling about these people, which is that these people may not know each other, but they come from the same place. This sentence seemed contradictory, but GMO and the others immediately chimed in. Yes, I have that feeling too. You can't tell anything from their appearance, but once they fight, their silence and viciousness are all the same. It's as if they were born from the same mother. Mo Tianji sighed heavily. This is the situation I'm most worried about. Mo Tianji exhaled and said quietly, It finally happened. Of course, they can't be born from the same mother, but their skills come from the same organization. This also proves why they don't know each other, but they are very similar in some aspects. And these people's superiors and even their superiors are all under the command of the same person. It's also because of this reason that the current situation is created. Although these people have the same goal, they have no connection with each other. They need to do their own things. If it's used in a war, it's undoubtedly a plate of loose sand. But if it's used to cause trouble in a ceremony, it's an excellent move, or even the best move. Each of them has their own plans, and each of them has their own way of doing things. 10 people have their own way of thinking, and 100 people have their own way of thinking. You can guard against 10 people, but can you guard against 100, 1,000, or even more? As long as one person makes a mistake and succeeds, the Ascension ceremony will become a joke. Chu Yang had already realized this point, so he was frowning now. He was very resourceful, but in the face of such a chaotic situation, there were too many ways to deal with it. He really didn't have a better way to deal with it. The only thing we can do now is to continue to find these people and get rid of them. But we must pay special attention to the feeling we have towards them while we're getting rid of them. Rely on the instincts of a martial artist to find those people who are hiding, or at least those who don't seem to have any abnormalities on the surface. Mo Tianji said slowly, "If one comes, kill one. If 2 comes, kill both of them. Kill as many as you can. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go." Chu Yang was shocked when he heard this. He said, "No, we can't kill the innocent. Although the current situation isn't good, we can't abandon our principles." Mo Tianji narrowed his eyes and said, "We can't be sure about the enemy. For the sake of the big picture, it's inevitable to kill 1 or 2 by mistake. People who achieve great things don't restrain themselves," Chu Yang said resolutely. "Absolutely not. We must have confidence before we attack the target. We can't kill recklessly." It seemed that this was the first time the 2 of them had argued. Mo Tianji lowered his head and considered carefully. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Then we should try our best not to hurt the innocent." Chu Yang also sighed. Chu Yang understood that Mo Tianji had already taken a big step back by saying this. For Mo Tianji, this Ascension ceremony was simply too heavy a burden. Just adding the words "can't hurt the innocent" had increased Mo Tianji's workload by several times out of nowhere. This was because he had to investigate and eliminate even more meticulously. The mental and physical effort that he had to expend was at least 3 times more than before. All the brothers were expressionless, but they looked at Mo Tianji with a little gloating in their eyes. It was rare to see Mo Tianji suffer a setback. Everyone was secretly happy in their hearts, including Gu Daxing. "Let's see if you can still do it." Not killing the innocent was everyone's bottom line. Although they knew that Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were arguing about principles, they still felt very happy to see Mo Tianji suffer a setback. "Miss Lu'er's poison. How's the preparation?" Mo Tianji's voice softened. "It's almost done. It can be used at any time in 2 days." Chu Lu'er lowered her eyebrows and said, Mo Tianji blurted out his praise. "Well done. You're indeed the pure and intelligent Miss Lu'er. I can rest assured when I leave this matter to you. Unlike those incompetent fools, I have to clean up after everything they do." Chu Yang looked at the sky. He rolled his eyes. Mo Tianji's words directly offended everyone indiscriminately. All the brothers were innocent. Ugh! GMO, Luo Kadi, and Dong Wushang vomited together. Chapter 2357. The muscles on Mo Tianji's face twitched. Then he put on a suave look. Now, even a hothead like Dong Wushang could clearly hear the flattery and ingratiation in Mo Tianji's words. If even Dong Wushang could hear it, how could the others not? Chu Lu'er's expression didn't change. It was as if she didn't hear it at all. However, a strange smile flashed in the depths of her eyes. Mo Qinggu pouted her little mouth high. "It's only been a few days since we last met. How did second brother become so spineless? He actually wants to flatter this little girl. It's really a case of looking at a person in a different light. I didn't know you at all. How are the preparations for the Imperial Guards coming along?" Mo Tianji asked calmly. "They're almost ready. They'll come in handy in 2 days." "Xia," Yun replied with his chest puffed out. "What do you mean by almost ready? How long has it been? You actually need 2 more days to come in handy? This progress is too slow. What the hell are you doing?" Mo Tianji was furious. It's been 4 days, and you're still saying that it's almost ready. A little bit is almost ready. Even 10% is almost ready. How much is your difference? Ao Xiaoyan, if something really happens to you, don't blame me for not taking our brotherhood into account. Don't forget what I said to you at the beginning. Be careful of your skin. Ao Xiaoyan was stunned. He choked on his words. What the hell? Isn't the difference too big? Chu Lu. And I clearly said the same thing. Furthermore, Chu Lu only needed to prepare one person's poison. This was a field that she was absolutely familiar with. Everything was done with ease. However, I had to lead hundreds of thousands of Imperial guards. Furthermore, I didn't know them at all. From familiarizing myself with them to getting used to them, it only took a short 4 days. This efficiency can't be considered slow, right? I basically didn't even have time to breathe in these 4 days. I even had to hold my bladder. I didn't expect to be scolded by Mo Tianji. Ao Xiaoyan was so angry that he almost lost control of his bladder. Chu Lu said that she would receive an undisguised commendation in 2 days. However, he said that he would be skinned in 2 days. You, Mo Tianji, favor one and discriminate against the other too much. It's fine if you favor one and discriminate against the other. But aren't you being too obvious about it? Even if he valued love over friendship, shouldn't he have some sense of propriety? This was too much. Mo Tianji didn't care about Ao Xiaoyan's expression. He turned his head and asked GMO, "What about you?" GMO said with fear and trepidation, "It's almost done. My side is really almost done. 2 more days. Ow, don't scold me. I'll work overtime tonight. It definitely won't take 2 more days." Seeing Mo Tianji raise his eyebrows, GMO didn't say anything and immediately begged for mercy. Qing Wu. Mo Tianji frowned and turned around. Mo Qing Wu curled her lips and said, "I'm almost done. I can finish my preparations in 2 days' time." Mo Tianji sighed. "You're still too slow. Look at Miss Lu. You have to learn from her. Stop, where are you going?" He hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Mo Qing Wu angrily shake her head and stride out of the door. "I'm so angry, so angry." Mo Qing Wu stomped her feet fiercely. After a while, the meeting was over. Chu Lu walked out slowly and stopped in front of Mo Qing Wu. She said lightly, "You're really too slow. Remember to learn from me. If you don't know anything, just let me know. I'll guide you." After saying that, she walked out proudly with her head held high. Hearing that, Mo Qing Wu stomped her feet fiercely. A deep crack appeared under her feet. This little girl was so pleased with herself that she forgot her place. Mo Qing Wu cursed angrily in her heart. In the next few days, Chu Yang and the others were like spinning tops that didn't rest at all. They didn't even have the slightest bit of time to rest. They shuttled back and forth in the city at any time. In addition, they had to be prepared to receive Mo Tianji's orders to kill and interrogate. The guards of the imperial city patrolled the streets at any time and drove the carriages. Once there was any abnormality, they would immediately rush over to solve it. The things that were solved were mostly corpses being dragged out from the inns or houses. They were loaded onto the carriages and pulled away. At first, they thought that this should be a very easy job. How could there be too many dead people before the ceremony? How inauspicious! But as more and more corpses were dragged out, the officers of the Imperial City Guards also started to complain incessantly. How could there be so many? And they were so scattered in the east, west, south, and north of the city, everywhere. Outside the city gates at the mass grave, a group of people of the martial world looked at the corpses that were strewn everywhere, their mouths agape. The guards transported the corpses here in waves. And among these corpses, even the one with the lowest cultivation when he was alive was a famous expert in the martial world. There were even many corpses of saint-level experts. But there was one thing in common. These people were either lone thieves or lone killers when they were alive, or they were lone travelers who roamed the martial world by themselves. In short, none of them had a certain background. Among these experts, there were experts from the Ink Cloud Sky, Demon Emperor Sky, and Eastern Royal Sky, judging from the date and route. These people should have set off immediately after receiving the news of Jade Flower Emperor's ascension. They rushed all the way, but they didn't expect that after they reached Ink Cloud Sky at the first moment, they would immediately die here. It was as if they had specially rushed here to die. How could such a strange thing happen? Could it be that these experts of the martial world had traveled such a long distance, almost risking their lives to rush here just to die in Ink Cloud Sky? And who had such great ability to lure all these experts from all over the world here and then catch them all in one fell swoop? Many people of the martial world looked at the corpses of experts who were more famous than the previous one in the mass grave, and all of them shuddered. From afar, the sound of wheels could be heard again. Another carriage was driven over by the guards. On top of it, there were 3 corpses lying crookedly. To the people of the martial world who were surrounding them, these soldiers turned a blind eye and just shouted casually, "Make way, make way. Don't block the way. Isn't it the same to look at it after putting it down? What's the hurry?" They actually did not hide it at all and did not block it. These are all thieves who came with the intention of disrupting Jade Flower Emperor's Ascension ceremony. They are the great enemies of the entire Ink Cloud Sky. After being killed by us, their corpses were all exposed in the wilderness. You all must take this as a warning. Looking at the carriage rumbling away, everyone was discussing spiritedly. So they are all thieves who came to cause trouble. This bunch of people really have guts. Ink Cloud Sky trusted the Sky Emperor's Ascension ceremony and actually dared to come and cause trouble. Isn't this courting death? So they are all dead now, but so many people from all over the world came to cause trouble together. This matter seems very strange. Isn't that so? Who has such great power to be able to order so many experts to come together at the same time? What great power, Why must it be someone who ordered them? Couldn't they come on their own accord? TSK, I said you are a pighead and you really became a pig. Disrupting the Ascension ceremony. If they have a grudge against Jade Flower Emperor, then it is pardonable, at least it can be explained. But first, with so many people, could it be that everyone has a grudge against Jade Flower Emperor? Secondly, Jade Flower Emperor has just risen recently, and they have never heard of his name before. Where did so much hatred come from? Furthermore, these people are from all over the world and belong to different worlds. Jade Flower Emperor had already exhausted his mind just dealing with the heavenly demons previously. Where would he have the time and interest to provoke so many enemies? So with one look, it is obvious that this matter is instigated by someone. That makes sense. But who is the one who instigated it? That I don't know. Anyway, it is someone with great power, to have the qualifications to be jealous and have such great power, and the qualifications to disrupt Jade Flower Emperor's Ascension ceremony. I believe that he is definitely not ordinary. Nonsense, that's pure nonsense. Is it possible that it's one of the other majesties? This is a matter of opinion. Could it be someone higher up? They lowered their voices. I don't understand what you are talking about. Then why? I heard that person once publicly declared that he is not a heavenly demon. I see. Brother, you are wise. What did I say? I clearly didn't say anything. Slowly, Jade Flower City was filled with all kinds of guesses. After all, so many people had died at once, and they were all experts at that. Regardless of whether it was the Mayun Sky government or the pugilistic world, it was a huge blow. If someone said that there was nothing fishy about this matter, no one would believe it, even if they were beaten to death. However, the problem was that so many people had died, but not a single victim had come to ask for an explanation. This matter was even weirder. 1 or 2 of them were loners, and that made sense. The pugilistic world had no lack of loners, but everyone was loners and all of them were loners. That didn't seem to make sense. How could so many people have died and not a single one of them had a family? How many people like this have died by now? I don't know, but it is definitely not a small number already. Then, how many more have died? I don't know, but it is definitely not a small number. But these people don't have any victims. Every single one of them is a loner. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? That's right, this matter is indeed strange. If such a group of people were scattered in the tens of thousands of domains in the Heaven Imperial Court, they would naturally be inconspicuous. However, a large number of them had suddenly gathered in the Mayan sky, and all of them were gathered in Jade Flower City. That was too strange. After such suspicions had sprouted, the Mayan sky government suddenly started a new action. Chapter 2358. Of course, it's also possible that they have too many people on their side. Even if tens of millions of people die, it's just a drizzle. It doesn't matter. That's also possible. Nothing is too strange in this world. Haha. Suddenly, Mo Tianji pretended to be relaxed and laughed out loud. However, his laughter was full of bitterness. Chu Yang shook his head. His face was heavy. Mo Tianji's words were obviously a joke. This was certainly a possibility. However, it was an absolutely impossible possibility. He believed that no matter what power those people belonged to, they wouldn't be willing to give up such a powerful force. In the clouds, in a place that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, a white cloud was floating. It was sometimes east and sometimes west, sometimes left and sometimes right. On the white cloud, a man in white was sitting, cross-legged. He had a dignified face and thick eyebrows. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was like thunder. However, in a flash, his body would dissipate. He would turn into a cloud and blend into the surrounding dense fog. Then, in a flash, he would appear on top of the cloud and sit upright. Just like this, he would appear and disappear in a cycle. If there were a few people with high authority in the heavenly imperial court here, they would definitely exclaim, "Saint!" This person was the saint himself. At this moment, there seemed to be countless thin lines appearing between his fingers. It was as if every ray of sunlight was passing through his fingertips. Suddenly, one of the lines broke. An unusually abundant energy slowly rose from the broken line and entered his finger. When the energy completely entered his finger, the broken line would also disappear without a trace. It was as if it had never existed. Another one has died. The sage let out a sigh of relief. After millions of years of painstaking effort, it's finally time to reap the rewards. The saint's dignified face revealed a slight smile. He looked at the threads in his hand, which were constantly breaking and falling. Energy was constantly rising, and energy was constantly entering his body out of thin air, transforming into his own pure cultivation. There was no distinction between the two of them. Whether it was physically or mentally, it was a kind of extreme comfort. However, the sage's face remained tranquil from beginning to end, like an ancient well without any ripples. Only a cultivator who has reached the celestial level or above can produce this kind of dark magic power. Moreover, it had to be when facing an opponent with true hatred and death in a fierce battle. Only then would this special magical power be produced. Although I had expected such an effect long ago, but in the end it wasn't much. These people are really muddle-headed. To think that some of them would sympathize with the people who killed them. How stupid. Just because of this bit of mutual appreciation, how much dark spirit energy was reduced to nothingness just like that. What a waste. Presently, there are already more than 10,000 people that have arrived here, and more than 7,000 have been confirmed dead. That strategist in Jasper Flower City is indeed not simple, and he's actually not inferior to Wan Linglong. These two people can be said to be shining one after the other, but I wonder who's better. However, I believe you won't be able to discover those 4 people. As long as one of those 4 people is still alive, he will be able to attack Xia Dan Qiong during his Ascension ceremony. Then, this so-called Ascension ceremony will only be a joke. It will be a complete joke. Since the beginning of time, the first celestial emperor of the heavenly imperial court, will be born. As for the others, if you can kill them, then kill them. This can also be considered as benefiting others. Sigh, in these millions of years, how much dark spirit energy has been produced in total. The cultivation method of the villa still has room for improvement, especially those who died before reaching the celestial level. There are really too many of them. It's too wasteful. Those who are dead are completely useless. It's really too wasteful. I only hope that the commander-in-chief of Jasper Flower City this time won't disappoint me too much. A faint smile appeared on the saint's face. I'm really looking forward to your wisdom. In fact, the current situation has already somewhat exceeded my expectations. However, this is just right. The more powerful you are, the more ideal it will be. Do your best, Jasper Flower Emperor's brothers. A trace of a smile appeared on the saint's face as he looked down, full of expectations. If one followed his line of sight and looked down, the place he was looking at was precisely a small courtyard on the ground. Inside the small courtyard there was a study. The saint's gaze had long been fixed on this study. He didn't know who exactly the person in the study was, but he could clearly feel that all the orders were issued from here. This was the key, the place where the pivot was located. Chu Yang had just left Mo Tianji's place, but he left Chu Luer behind. He could feel it. Mo Tianji's heart was as heavy as a mountain. At such a moment, no one could help Mo Tianji. Chu Yang was a little worried. Therefore, he left Chu Lu behind to take care of Mo Tianji. Chu Lu was the disciple of the poison Dr. Wu Jucheng. She was absolutely unparalleled in the use of poison. One must know that Wu Jucheng's nickname also had the word doctor. To be able to be nicknamed the poison doctor, not only was he unparalleled in the use of poison, but he was also very good at nourishing the human body. Before Chu Yang left, he had solemnly instructed Chu Lu, once you discover that Mo Tianji is in a state of overdraft, immediately stop. Also, pay attention to the nourishment of Mo Tianji's body at all times. Chu Lu solemnly agreed and resolutely carried it out. At this moment, Mo Tianji, who was sorting out the information in the study and doing his best to find those suspicious people, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. It was as if he felt a pair of eyes quietly watching him. This thought was actually very real. Mo Tianji couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly raised his head and looked outside the door. As far as his eyes could see, there was nothing unusual. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but he still couldn't figure out what exactly went wrong. His mind was in a mess, and he was extremely conflicted. After a long time, Mo Tianji finally sorted out his thoughts. He stood up and slowly walked out of the door. Looking up at the sky, his handsome eyebrows slowly furrowed as he muttered, "Who are you?" The sky was speechless. Above his head, there were only idle white clouds floating around. In an instant, they turned into nothingness and then slowly floated back again. Everything was normal. There was no difference at all. Chu Luer looked at Mo Tianji's strange behavior and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "Nothing." Mo Tianji shook his head and said, "Just now, I seemed to feel that someone was watching me. But this place is filled with the tight encirclement of the divine senses of many saints. No one can see through it, but it's precisely because of this that I feel strange." Chu Luer said softly, "Perhaps it's because you've been working too hard and are too tired? That's why you're hallucinating?" Mo Tianji quietly closed his eyes and sensed for a long time. Then he slowly opened his eyes and smiled gently. "Perhaps." Then he said, "Miss Lu, please go and see what your big brother is doing. If he's free, please ask him to come to me as soon as possible." "Okay." Chu Lu was unusually sensitive to the seriousness of the matter in front of her. She said, "I'll go now." Her delicate figure flashed and instantly disappeared without a trace. After Chu Lu found Chu Yang and told him, Chu Yang didn't delay for a moment and rushed back like a gust of wind. He knew Mo Tianji's temperament very well. He had just left his place, but Mo Tianji still wanted to find him back. Something big must have happened. Otherwise, Mo Tianji definitely wouldn't do this. However, what could make Mo Tianji so anxious that he had to find him in such a hurry? Chu Yang rushed back like a gust of wind and saw Mo Tianji walking back and forth in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. When he saw Chu Yang, Mo Tianji didn't say anything and pulled Chu Yang into the room. "What's the matter?" Chu Yang asked seriously. "Someone's watching me." Mo Tianji's face darkened as he transmitted his voice. As he said that, he secretly pointed to the top of his head with his finger. "Are you sure?" Chu Yang's face changed as he transmitted his voice. Mo Tianji pondered for a moment. "There's only a 30% chance that I'm sure. In the past few days, I've sensed it many times, but I didn't take it to heart. However, until this time his gaze stayed on me for a little longer. That feeling can't be wrong. There must be some mysterious force watching from the side." Chu Yang's face became serious. Someone's watching. The matter expressed in this sentence was simply too big. The entire Chonghua city was still gradually increasing the coverage of the divine senses of the 100 saints. In addition, there was also the divine sense of the calamity guarding at all times. There was also the divine senses of the 2 demon emperor heaven's 7-star guards. There was also Mo Tianji's own divine sense defense. What kind of person's gaze could not alarm all of this and directly lock onto Mo Tianji in the center? What kind of cultivation would such a person have? Wouldn't such a person be extremely terrifying? "There's only a 30% chance that I'm sure," Chu Yang muttered. 30% was what Mo Tianji said. The probability was really not high. However, in Chu Yang's view, with Mo Tianji's cautious personality, if he said 30%, it was basically 50%. 50% was already very terrifying. However, Chu Yang still wanted to confirm it, and Mo Tianji also had the same plan. This was not a joke. They had to be absolutely sure. Mo Tianji had been racking his brains during this period of time and was also worried that his senses were wrong. In the entire plan, if there was an unknown enemy with such terrifying strength, Mo Tianji would rather his senses be wrong. In the entire world, the only person who could help Mo Tianji make a judgment was Chu Yang. "Next, I need you to sit here." Mo Tianji pointed at his chair. "Do the work I left behind. As for me, I'll be your assistant. Once we're sure that someone is watching from the side, we'll have to reconsider our entire plan," Mo Tianji said seriously. Chu Yang could clearly see that there was a blue vein on Mo Tianji's forehead. Chapter 2359. Chu Yang understood the meaning of this sentence very well. The plan had to be reconsidered. It didn't mean that it had to be completely overturned, but it had to be carefully studied. What should he study? If this person could lock onto Mo Tianji and spy on him more than once, then he must be very interested in Mo Tianji's current operation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. And the people who should be paying the most attention to Mo Tianji now were undoubtedly the forces behind those mysterious assassins. All the orders and operations here were aimed at sniping those people. All the operations started from here. Judging from this person's strength, if he wanted to stop them, he could probably stop them every time. But he never stopped them. Why was that? Why did he just watch as those people were killed? Why? This time it was different from the discussion between the two of them previously. Their discussion was just a discussion without any evidence. But now it was equivalent to having indirect evidence. The things contained in this were too meaningful. Chu Yang immediately accepted Mo Tianji's proposal. Then he sat down on Mo Tianji's seat. Then the aura of his entire body changed. In fact, he had turned into the king of Hell Chu of the past. His hands were still methodically issuing commands like moving clouds and flowing water. Every command was sent out by Mo Tianji's hands. There wasn't the slightest bit of chaos. Even the speed was not much different from Mo Tianji's original speed. Chu Lu-er, who was waiting outside the door, didn't even realize that the person giving out orders had changed to another person. It was just as accurate, just as fast, just as straight to the point, and just as swift as the wind. As Mo Tianji gave out orders, he cursed inwardly in a manner that didn't match the environment and the situation. This bastard is usually just lazy. This is my job, but this guy can actually do it alone, this time under extreme pressure. He finally showed his true colors. To think that he hid his abilities in front of me for such a long time. No, rather than hiding his abilities, he was basically slacking off. He's too hateful. Come to think of it, if Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were to be considered solely in the aspect of cognition and discernment, the two of them were actually about the same level. However, when it came to arranging troops and setting up battle formations, determining victory from 1,000 miles away, or taking advantage of the enemy's opportunities and devising strategies, Chu Yang was somewhat inferior. As for divination, the advance and retreat of an army of 10,000 horses, grasping opportunities at any time, formations, astrology, the 5 elements, the 8 trigrams, and so on, these were all Mo Tianji's personal domain. Chu Yang couldn't be said to be completely ignorant of these, but his knowledge was rather limited. There was no comparison between the two. However, Chu Yang was not inferior to Mo Tianji in this aspect. In fact, he was even better than Mo Tianji. Just like when he was catching spies in Ironcloud, and now he was merely repeating the situation from that time. Naturally, he was very familiar with the road. After Chu Yang took over, he didn't panic at all. The entire afternoon passed, and the orders were issued smoothly like flowing water. He didn't have the strange feeling of being spied on. This result made Mo Tianji somewhat surprised. Could it be that his intuition was wrong? Why did it suddenly disappear? In such a long period of time, it had already appeared a few times. If his intuition was wrong, then this time it would be too big of a joke. This situation continued all the way until it was time to light the lamps, but there was still no abnormality. As Chu Yang methodically issued orders, he frowned and thought about something. Mo Tianji suddenly opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at Chu Yang. His face was filled with disbelief and disbelief, because just now, Chu Yang suddenly issued 7 or 8 orders in a row. Giving out 7 or 8 orders in a row was naturally nothing strange. In such a high-intensity work process, not to mention 7 or 8 orders, even 17 or 18 orders in a row was nothing. The reason why Mo Tianji was so surprised was because these orders that Chu Yang issued were all wrong. Perhaps it couldn't be said that the orders were wrong, because those orders could still be executed, but the contents of those orders were quite ridiculous. This made Mo Tianji, who was in charge of passing down orders, confused. Why would Chu Yang order to attack GMO and Mu Tsonglan? Also, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing went to find the calligraphy and painting kings for a battle. He ordered Luo Kadi to go to the J Institute. This guy couldn't have broken down because he hadn't worked so hard for a long time and couldn't get used to it, right? But in the next moment, Mo Tianji already understood Chu Yang's intention. Because, following the appearance of the wrong orders, and when the 3rd order was issued, the two of them simultaneously felt a chill run down their spines. This was the benefit of being a top martial artist in a life and death situation for a long time, being in an atmosphere of danger for a long time, as well as being tempered by life and death situations, could cultivate this almost miraculous feeling. In the darkness, there was a pair of eyes looking at them with astonishment. As the master of Calamity's sword who had been rolling in front of hell for a long time, Chu Yang's intuition was definitely stronger than Mo Tianji's on this point. At this moment, he felt the hair on the back of his neck standing straight up. There was absolutely no mistake. There was indeed someone spying on everything here. Sure enough, they came. Since he had already confirmed what he wanted to know, he naturally had to correct some mistakes. Thus, Chu Yang issued 8 more orders in a row, canceling the previous ridiculous orders. However, he still didn't issue the killing order. He only ordered GMO, who was preparing to cause trouble for Mu Songlan, to retreat and wait for orders. At the same time, he ordered Dong Wushang and the others to cancel their original plan. However, he didn't issue any further orders. That feeling didn't disappear immediately. Instead, it became even more intense. It was obvious that someone was observing him, and as he watched, he was also pondering the meaning of his series of actions. This was probably just a little bit of attention. It didn't have the ability to distinguish. Thus, that mysterious person didn't know that the person in this room had actually changed. Thus, Chu Yang's deliberately erroneous orders made people feel surprised. With that person's understanding of the commander-in-chief in this room, he definitely shouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. This commander-in-chief's brain was practically an all-encompassing yet extremely precise machine. There definitely wouldn't be any careless mistakes. Therefore, the current phenomenon caused the mental power to stay here for a little longer. It was just that this observation exceeded the extremely short period of time usually. Suddenly, someone outside shouted, "Who's there?" The next moment, two figures shot straight into the sky like shooting stars. In addition, a gray fog also shot up like lightning. It was the two great guards of Demon Emperor Heaven and the Divine Soul of Calamity. They had already discovered the person spying on the other side. However, after the three peak forces shot up into the sky, they didn't discover anything. As far as their eyes could see, there was only an empty sky. White clouds came and went freely. That was all. Not only was there no one, there wasn't even a bird. In addition, that feeling also disappeared immediately. Chu Yang stopped. His expression was solemn and serious. "Tianji, the person you were talking about really exists." Mo Tianji's expression was very ugly. He nodded. Indeed, his actions are really very strange. He's actually waiting for us to kill. Moreover, he's even allowing us to kill his people. I don't know why, but I suddenly had a strong feeling just now. He's actually not against us killing his people at all. In fact, the more we kill, the better. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji exchanged a look. They both saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes, as well as a hint of dejection. If the other party had specially sent people to die, then wouldn't they be playing right into the other party's hands by sending out so many orders of death previously? However, the other party had sent out so many strong experts to cause trouble. If they didn't kill, how could they? Were they supposed to just let them ruin the ceremony? Leave them be? Then Xie Danqiong would certainly lose all face, and Brother Jie wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. However, in the face of such a situation, what should they do? Capture, but not kill. When Mo Tianji said these words, he paused after each word. It seemed as if he had used up a lot of energy to say each word. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "How likely do you think it is?" Mo Tianji sighed dejectedly. Capturing, but not killing, was perhaps the most effective strategy for the current situation. Capture and wait for the enemy to follow up. If it was proven that they were just worrying for nothing, then it wouldn't be a problem to kill them all. However, the feasibility of implementing it was too low. It was easier said than done. For martial artists with profound strength, capturing alive and killing were two completely different concepts. The degree of difficulty between the two could be 2 times, 10 times, or even 100 times. After confirming the target, their strength was higher than the other party's to begin with. Moreover, they were attacking when the other party was unprepared. Naturally, killing the target was a relatively simple matter. They just had to fight with all their strength to ensure that the other party had no way out. However, capturing alive wasn't that simple. Who didn't have life-saving means for such solo experts? It was fine if they were killed in a battle. However, as long as the initial goal wasn't to kill, but to capture alive, then they would definitely have scruples. With apprehension, there would be many flaws that would appear. As long as there was a slight gap, such experts would have plenty of opportunities to escape. However, Because you couldn't kill them directly, you could only use a relatively gentle method of capturing them alive. In that case, the difficulty was undoubtedly much, much higher. For example, if Chu Yang and GMO were to compare their cultivations, Chu Yang would be 100% sure that he could kill GMO in a life and death battle. But if one were to talk about capturing GMO alive, Chu Yang would become 100% uncertain. This was the difference. Even if it was only against enemies at the peak of the celestial being level, the Tribulation Brothers, who had the strength of a saint still, didn't have much confidence in capturing alive. This was the difference. Even enemies at the celestial being level were so difficult, let alone enemies at the saint level. If you really make such a decision, you will definitely drive the brothers crazy. If you're not careful, even we will be in danger. The loss outweighs the gain. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Today is Cold Moon Song Tsang. Old Teacher Tsang Tsang's birthday. Let's wish Teacher Tsang a happy birthday. I'll give everyone a suggestion. Everyone, shout in the book review section. Happy birthday, Old Teacher Tsang. Come back and film another movie. Then we'll all go to the top. Chapter 2360. He had never seen Mo Tianji so tired. Mo Tianji's anger had yet to subside. He snorted heavily. However, the people in front of him had already left, so he couldn't get angry anymore. He was about to return to his room when he saw dull-head Dong Wushang coming back with a whoosh. He carelessly stuffed a bottle into Mo Tianji's arms and said, "I almost forgot! This is a ginseng spirit that I obtained by chance. It's said that it's useful for those who are scheming." After Dong Wushang finished speaking, he chuckled and disappeared with a whoosh. Mo Tianji's chest was suddenly attacked by a man. He couldn't help but be startled. Before he could react, a whoosh sound was heard. Gu Duxing was standing on the wall. He said coldly, "Mo Tianji, don't die of exhaustion. I am not interested in wearing morning clothes." He disappeared in a flash. Mo Tianji reached out and grabbed the thing. He looked at it carefully and realized that it was a saint soul calming pill. It was used to regulate mental stress. It could make people's thoughts more sensitive. It was an unorthodox pill. Without a doubt, this was a kind of top-grade elixir. It was said that only the Zi Shao Heavenly Emperor had refined it. Since the fall of the Zi Hao Heavenly Emperor, this elixir had become extinct. Although Chu Yang, who had inherited the Zi Hao Heavenly Emperor, had the ability to refine it, this elixir was obtained by Gu Duxing by chance. Chu Yang didn't have the time to refine it. After all, Chu Yang didn't have enough time to refine elixirs for cultivation and recovery. He really didn't have the time to refine such an unorthodox elixir. Mo Tianji held this top-quality panacea in his hand, and for a moment he was filled with a myriad of emotions. He was stunned. Mo Tianji was still sighing with emotion when he heard a loud scolding from outside. "Mo Tianji, if you're tired, just eat a pear. Do you really want to tire yourself to death and earn the warm tears of our men? I won't cry if you die. Why are you always so stubborn? What are you doing?" Then a big bag of pears flew in. Someone outside said unhappily, "Do you know how to talk? You're the bird." It was Rue Budong's voice. Then another bag of snacks flew in, followed by a sentence. "I'm really busy these days. When I'm free, I'll specially steal some things to make up for your brain, so that you don't die of exhaustion. It doesn't matter if you die, but if your position is empty, they'll hate me again." Things flew in one after another, and the brothers laughed and joked as they left. Mo Tianji, who was about to get angry a moment ago and then sighed with emotion, returned to being dumbstruck. He couldn't help but feel a little sour in his eyes. He forced himself to chuckle and said, "Looks like these guys are still too idle. They actually have the time to play with these things. Since they still have the time to think about other things, then I'll give them more to help me relieve some stress." Ha ha! The last two laughs were actually trembling. Chu Yang squinted his eyes. Then he casually put down a bottle of heavy pills. Okay. You can go and increase the stakes. I'll also go and do other things. There are some things that you can't bear to eat like a miser. Emo Tianji pretended to be angry and waved his hand. I know better than you. Get lost, get lost. Then he strode into the house. Of course, he didn't forget to take away the bottle of heavy pills. Not long after, when Chuluer went in to receive the task order, she only saw Emo Tianji with a smile and satisfaction. He was hugging a pear and gnawing on it. The juice flowed out, and he didn't care about his image at all. His eyes were narrowed into slits. To Emo Tianji, this image was simply indescribable to the extreme. And this glorious image was coincidentally seen by Chuluer. It could be seen that Emo Tianji's generation was definitely going to fall in someone's hands after the heavens entered the path. Seeing Chuluer come in, Emo Tianji was immediately embarrassed. He hurriedly put down the pear and pretended to be serious as he arranged the task. In his heart, he was deeply regretting his loss of composure just now. But who knew that in Chuluer's heart, Emo Tianji's satisfied and gratified look when he was hugging the pear just now was so beautiful. It turned out that this machine-like person also had such natural feelings and knew how to be moved. It was just that he usually hid it too well and never took the initiative to show it. Just now, when he was hugging and gnawing on the pear that was half the size of his head, he really looked like a child who hadn't eaten a pear for a long time. He tasted the sweetness with a face full of bliss. This Emo Tianji was really cute. If the brothers knew that Chuluer's evaluation of Emo Tianji was actually like this, they would definitely faint. So cute. How could this evaluation be related to Emo Tianji? Of course, it didn't matter whether it was related or not. Chuluer thought so anyway. Chuluer was originally a mischievous child. How could she not know Emo Tianji's feelings? But she had an inexplicable sense of panic earlier. Emo Tianji was too scheming. He didn't reveal anything. This made Chuluer a little dissatisfied and a little angry. It's fine if you're scheming in other things, but you don't reveal anything when you're chasing a girl. Are you waiting for the girl to confess to you? If you, Emo Tianji, don't say anything, then I won't say anything even if I die. This was a kind of restraint and self-esteem that belonged to a girl. And Emo Tianji was always worried about personal gains and losses. In this aspect, he lost a lot of opportunities. So, brothers, when you see a girl you like, you have to bravely move forward. Regardless of whether she accepts you or not, you have to confess to her first. After confessing, you'll have a change of mindset of, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, you already know. So what else do I have to worry about? So, you have to go forward bravely. Remember, being careful, bold, and thick-skinned are the three main elements of chasing a girl. Of course, being thick-skinned is the most important. Back then, I cough. Actually, I was the one being chased. Pretend I didn't say anything above. Over the next 2 days, the number of spies they killed increased by quite a bit. However, this time, everyone was more cautious. Finally, on this night, all the brothers gathered at Emo Tianji's side. When Tribulation gathered, he was surprised to find that there were more people in addition to Tribulation and his brother. Zi Xieching, the calligraphy and painting kings, the two great guards of Demon Emperor Heaven, Yao Ningning, Mu Songlan, and the others were all present. Other than the living people with normal images, there was also a formless soul of a calamity hiding at the side. Emo Tianji gave an order when he saw that everyone had arrived. Then, everyone spread out their spiritual sense without any reservation, and they covered this small courtyard tightly. This time it was different from before. It was done with the full strength of more than 40 saint experts. Unless one's cultivation was stronger than the sum of the 40 saint experts, it was impossible to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. But according to the current information, such a person had never appeared in the Heaven Palace. Absolutely never. Even the number 1 saint in the Heaven Imperial Court was far from the sum of the power of these 40 experts. Did you find anything specific? Emo Tianji took a deep breath, and asked, "All the souls of the dead have dissipated. It's equivalent to their souls dissipating." Gu Duxing said, "It's the same on my side." Dong Wushang agreed. "Me too. I was still wondering. The souls of such experts are usually very condensed. As long as they don't destroy it deliberately, they will instinctively find a way to survive. I didn't destroy it deliberately, so how did it disappear into thin air? It turns out that everyone's situation is the same." GMO said, "I have a different opinion." Chu Yang said solemnly, "The so-called dissipation of soul power is indeed the disappearance of the process. But the reason why it disappears is because the little bit of true spirit is gone. It lacks the most basic foundation for the existence of the original spirit. That's why it's actively dissipating. Oh, for the original soul to not dissipate and even to be reborn, the most important thing is not the strength of the soul body, but the strength of the soul power. If the soul power is gone, once the physical body is destroyed, the soul power will naturally dissipate. In other words, the core of those people's souls is long gone. Without exception, this is the case for all of them. In fact, when a person is reincarnated, what they rely on is the soul power. This is what all living beings rely on. If it's not destroyed by external forces, it won't disappear naturally. This is the case for ordinary people, let alone those experts who can dominate a region. The crux of the problem has been found, but this crux of the problem is indeed even more strange and difficult to understand. Can the soul power not exist in the body but somewhere else? Chu Yang looked around. So today, I've invited all of you to gather here. Since all of you are so knowledgeable, perhaps you can help us understand what's going on. Everyone looked at each other. Then Chu Yang told them everything that had happened during this period of time. Apart from the fact that the soul power doesn't exist in the physical body, these people have many similarities. They all come from the same place. This point can be confirmed without a doubt. Their cultivation is also very similar. After explaining everything, Mu Tsanglan and the others were still confused and didn't give any relevant suggestions. Only the King of Books looked pensive, as if he had sunk into some deep memory. Seeing this, everyone shut up automatically and didn't dare to disturb him. After a long time, the King of Books finally raised his head and said with uncertainty, "Could it be? Could it be that back then?" As soon as the King of Books said this, the King of Paintings and Yao Huangtian's expressions changed greatly. As if they had thought of something, they said in shock, "You mean that kind of martial art back then has reappeared in the world?" The King of Books frowned. "If we speculate according to the various signs now, it's indeed suspicious. There's a place that nurtures countless experts and allows them to grow freely in the martial world. In fact, a sacred poison has been planted in their hearts long ago. There's a person who controls everyone's soul power. Once the person's cultivation reaches the heavenly being level or above, after his death, the soul power will be decomposed along with the sacred poison and become the purest spiritual power in the world, returning to the controller." Chapter 2361. Me too. I found it strange that the soul power of such experts is usually very condensed. As long as they don't deliberately destroy it, they will basically instinctively look for a chance of survival, such as taking over someone else's body for rebirth. I didn't deliberately destroy it, so how could it disappear into thin air? It turns out that the situation is the same for everyone. GMO said, "I have a slightly different opinion." Chu Yang said solemnly, "The so-called dissipation of the soul power is indeed the disappearance of the process. But the reason why it disappears is that the little bit of the true spirit is gone. It lacks the most basic foundation for the existence of the original spirit, which leads to such a situation of dissipation. Oh, the most important thing for the original spirit to not dissipate and even take over someone else's body for rebirth is not the strength of the soul body, but the strength of the little bit of true spirit. If the little bit of true spirit doesn't exist, Once the body is destroyed, the soul power will naturally dissipate. In other words, the core of those people's souls has long disappeared. Without exception, this is the case for all of them. In fact, what a person relies on when he is reincarnated is that little bit of true spirit. This is originally the support of all living beings given by heaven and earth. If it is not destroyed by external forces, it will definitely not disappear naturally. This is the case for ordinary people, let alone those experts who are strong enough to dominate a region. The crux of the problem has been found, but the crux of the problem is indeed very strange and difficult to understand. Can a person's true spirit not exist in the body but in another place? Chu Yang looked around. So today, I have invited all of you to gather here. You are all very knowledgeable, so perhaps you can help us to understand what is going on. Everyone looked at each other. Then, Chu Yang narrated everything that had happened during this period of time. In addition to the fact that these people's true spirits do not exist in their bodies, there are many similarities. They all come from the same place. This point can be confirmed without a doubt. Their cultivations are also very similar. After explaining this and that, Mu Tsanglan and the others were still confused and did not give any relevant suggestions. Only the King of Books looked thoughtful, as if he had sunk into some deep memories. Seeing this, everyone automatically shut up and did not dare to disturb. After a long time, the King of Books finally raised his head and said with uncertainty, "Could it be? Could it really be?" As soon as the Book King said that, the Painting King and Yao Huangtian's expressions changed drastically. They seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, "You mean that kind of martial arts from back then has reappeared in the world?" The King of Books frowned and said, "According to the evidence we have, there is indeed such a suspicion. There is a place that cultivates countless superior cultivators and allows them to grow freely in the martial world. In fact, a holy poison has been planted in their hearts, and a person is controlling their souls. Once the controlled person reaches the heavenly being level, his soul will be decomposed by the holy poison after he dies. It will become the purest spiritual power in the world and return to the controller, the purest form of magic power, nether spirit magic power." The Painting King cried out in alarm, his face deathly pale. Not only him, but the two guards of the Demon Emperor Sky and Mu Tsanglan also turned pale when they heard this. Their bodies were actually trembling. Several people looked at each other, and in unison they blurted out 4 words, "Myriad Saints' true spirit!" Someone's voice was actually trembling. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mu Tsanglan cried out in a trembling voice that Myriad Saints' demon monarch has already died in the hands of the Saint Lord. That demonic martial art has also been destroyed by the Saint Lord. It is absolutely impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the rest turned their heads. Dozens of gazes pierced Mu Tsanglan's face like dozens of sharp swords. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Myriad Saints' true spirit? Killed by the Saint Lord? Destroyed by the Saint Lord? May I ask, what exactly is that Myriad Saint's true spirit? Mo Tianji let out a sigh of relief. Myriad Saint's true spirit, I, the unique and unique supreme. The Book King swallowed his saliva and said these words. His eyes revealed a look of heartfelt fear. I would like to hear the details. Mo Tianji smiled gently. The so-called 10,000 saints' true spirit is definitely not just empty talk. Instead, it is, anyone who has mastered this martial art will be able to become the most powerful person in the entire martial world with ease. It will not be a problem at all. Because of this, cultivators of the Myriad Saints' true spirit martial art are considered the public enemy of all martial artists. Once someone is found to be cultivating this martial art, everyone will be in danger and will attack until the person is dead. Xu Kuang took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. He said slowly, Myriad Saint's true spirit is a public hazard in the martial world. If it is not removed as soon as possible, everyone in the martial world will not be able to eat or sleep well. He paused and his voice turned serious. He said word by word, even super experts like D.E. Ho are no exception. Chu Yang frowned and said, this Myriad Saint's true spirit is so scary. But what is so scary about it? Senior, please explain in detail. Following Chu Yang's question, everyone looked at Shu Kuang. A few people praised him in their hearts. This question was really timely. Clearly, Chu Yang wanted Shu Kuang to explain the origin of this martial art and its danger for everyone to hear. And at this time, Chu Yang played the role of throwing a brick to attract Jade in a timely manner. He asked what everyone wanted to ask in advance to avoid embarrassment. The literal meaning of Myriad Saint's true spirit is that even if there are millions of saints, there is only one true spirit. In other words, among millions of martial artists, there is only one master. Under the control of this master, people will live and die as they wish. There is no room for resistance, Shu Kuang said. What? How can there be such a martial art? This is too exaggerated. This is more than just, I am the best in the world. It is simply, GMO suddenly did not know how to continue, because Shu Kuang's statement was simply too absurd. It was simply beyond everyone's imagination. Let me finish. That ruler is not truly able to control everyone indiscriminately. Instead, he has a specific purpose. He can only control those who are completely under his control. To achieve this goal, he undoubtedly needs an enormous amount of manpower, material, and financial resources. He needs an extremely secretive base, and he needs to recruit a large number of talents from the pugilistic world every year. Only with this premise can he perform the true spirit deduction. Elder, can you be more specific? When Mo Tianji heard the words a huge amount of manpower, material, and financial resources, an extremely secretive base, he suddenly thought of the similarities between those who had died. His heartbeat quickened unconsciously. Be more specific? How should I describe it? According to the most primitive way, after a person has mastered the cultivation method of Myriad Saint's true spirit, he starts to make preparations. Then he will... Shu Kuang pondered for a while and considered his words carefully. Then he said, Myriad Saint's true spirit, to put it simply, is eating people. Eating people. When everyone heard this, they could not help but feel a chill down their spines. These two words might be inconceivable to ordinary people, but at their level they could completely understand the profound meaning of these two words. Yes, the end result is eating people. From the time they are weak, they start to devour. And this kind of devouring is different from ordinary devouring. This kind of devouring is devouring the true spirit. As Shu Kuang spoke, everyone could even clearly see the hair on Shu Kuang's exposed skin standing straight up. Obviously, the fear that this matter had caused him was so deep that it was practically ingrained in him. First, find the young man with good potential and kill his family members one by one. Then, turn the young man into an orphan and bring him back to the villa to cultivate his true spirit. Once he becomes a martial artist and has a true spirit, he will use the heart manipulation art to lock his true spirit. Then, when his cultivation has reached a certain level, he will be sent to the pugilistic world to gain experience. Everything will be based on increasing one's strength. There will even be specific missions to increase one's cultivation. If he can't complete the mission, just a thought from the heart manipulation art will be enough to kill him. No matter where he is, even if he is at the end of the world, just a thought is enough. After killing him, that person's true spirit will be guided by the heart manipulation art and return to the arms of the ruler, becoming a part of the ruler's cultivation. This is the so-called cultivation process. The body does not need to exert any effort at all to increase one's cultivation. Moreover, the cultivation obtained will be the purest and purest origin energy. Once the heart manipulation art is successfully implanted, even a peak saint will not be able to remove it afterwards. However, if the ruler takes the initiative to kill the controller, the cultivation obtained will be at least halved or even completely useless. The best way to obtain cultivation is to let them fight and kill in the pugilistic world without involving themselves in any karma. In this way, the ruler can fully absorb their true spirit after death. As Shu Kuang spoke, everyone felt cold sweat trickling down their bodies. There was actually such an evil cultivation method in the world. No wonder Shu Kuang named it cannibalism. It was indeed cannibalism. Moreover, it was absolutely the most evil cultivation method in the world. In addition, this cultivation method has another level restriction. For example, when the paragon's cultivation is only at the heaven level, he can only absorb earth-level true spirits. However, once the paragon reaches the level of a saint, it means that this cultivation method is close to completion. Then he can absorb any level of true spirit. In addition, the higher the cultivation of the controller, the more powerful the true spirit produced after death will be. This cultivation method will not interfere with the paragon's cultivation progress. The paragon can cultivate as usual and use the treasures of heaven and earth to increase his cultivation. All of this is feasible. The power of the true spirit absorbed is equivalent to an extra income, a windfall. Chapter 2362. Often, people would realize that this person's cultivation level would increase by another level the next day. It's a weird thing. And this process doesn't require the help of heavenly treasures. But the cruel thing about this technique is that, from the beginning to the end, it requires the sacrifice of hundreds of millions of martial artists. I see. But even though it's shocking that ruler only controls those who have already grown in his hands, it's not to the point where he's the only one, right? Mo Tianji asked. Before reaching the supreme realm of the All Saints celestial spirit, the Dominator can only control those who are already under his control. However, once he reaches the supreme realm, he can control anyone he wants. He can even use the mind manipulation skill on someone of the same level as him. He can also take the opponent's cultivation for himself unknowingly. Crazy Book added, "What? It has such a terrifying effect after reaching the highest level. Isn't that heaven-defying?" Chu Yang was shocked. Isn't that so? Otherwise, how can this demonic technique be called the biggest taboo in the Heaven Imperial Court? Back then, Thousand Saints' true devil used this demonic technique to wreak havoc in the martial world. He was unstoppable. Finally, the righteous and evil sects gathered the strength of 18 experts and attacked together. Only then did they completely annihilate him. Do you know who these 18 experts were? Crazy Book's eyes were shining. The rest of them were also in awe. Who were they? Everyone asked in unison. Master Yin, Shui Leihan, Yao Exener, Yuan Tianjie, Zihao, and all the other experts after Emperor Yi, plus the 7 experts who dominated the world. With so many people working together, they were lucky enough to kill that Thousand Saints' true devil. That was also the only time in the life of Emperor Yi and only saint that everyone worked together. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even with such a lineup, the 7 experts still died tragically in the hands of Thousand Saints' true devil. And at that time, Thousand Saints' true devil was only one step away from reaching the highest level of Thousand Saints' true spirit. If he really reached the highest level, even if the 18 experts worked together, they would only be defeated. After Crazy Book finished telling this story, the room suddenly became silent. Emperor won, Empress won. Only the Holy Monarch and all the members of the Holy Monarch had joined forces. There was also the sacrifice of the 7 ultimates. A total of 18 peerless experts were working together to fight a myriad saints' true devil. These people were all legendary figures who stood at the peak of the heavenly imperial court. They could move clouds with a stomp of their feet and shatter mountains with a wave of their hands. Any one of them was enough to make the entire world tremble. However, even with such a lineup, 7 of them were still killed by the myriad saints' true devil. The remaining people fought with their lives on the line before they were lucky enough to kill the myriad saints' true devil. Just what level had the cultivation of that myriad saints' true devil reached? As for what level he had reached, no one present could say for sure. The only thing they were certain of was that myriad holy true devil had cultivated the myriad holy true spirit. It was very likely to be the cultivation method of the current conspirator. That day, combining the celestial palaces was something that only super strong people could barely do. Could these people present repeat the past? In this world, how many experts like D, E, and Empress were there? Even if all of the people present here were added together, they might only be able to match up to one person. Even if they were to go up against one person, they would still be defeated. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely oppressive. Even Chuyan and Mo Tianji were no exception. In fact, their hearts were even heavier than before, as if they were being weighed down by lead. According to the situation in front of them, there was more than a 90% chance that they were facing a cultivator who was cultivating the myriad saints' true spirit. What was even more frightening was that this cultivator was none other than the number 1 person in the celestial palaces who controlled the entire celestial palaces, Lord Yin. He had unparalleled power in the entire world. He was the number 1 expert in the entire world. He was the number 1 power in the entire world. He was the number 1 wealth in the entire world. As long as he gave the order, the entire celestial palaces would be in an uproar. Tens of billions of people would wholeheartedly support him. Such an opponent, how should they deal with it? The situation was so bad that they had never seen it before. Senior Book King, based on what you know, were DE, Empress D, and Holy Monarch only were injured when they attacked the 10,000 Saints' True Devil? Mo Tianji pondered and asked, if they were, how serious were their injuries? That battle was extremely tragic. Other than the 7 absolutes who lost their lives, everyone else was also injured. Some of them were so severely injured that they were on the verge of death. It was said that at the end of that battle, if it wasn't for the purple cloud heavenly emperor, Zihao, who transformed himself into a sword and made a suicidal attack, the myriad holy true devil would have died. Furthermore, the Eastern Royal Celestial Emperor Shuel Leihan unleashed the Eastern Royal Divine Sense, which was a matter of life and death. Together with Zihao, they managed to severely injure the 10,000 Saints' True Devil, bringing a glimmer of hope to the end of this battle. After that battle, Zihao and Shuel Leihan were unable to continue fighting. The Demon Emperor, Sky Demon Exile, used all of her cultivation to activate the ultimate Sky Demon realm, trapping the heavily injured Holy True Devil. The Cloud Master led the other experts in the Sky Demon realm to engage in a battle to the death with the Holy True Devil. However, even so, the battle situation was still not optimistic. If it weren't for the 7 absolutes risking their lives and activating the 7 absolutes' return to the heavens peerless technique, the Holy True Devil's cultivation would have been reduced by 70%. And after this attack, the 7 ultimates all perished. In the end, the saint used the sword of righteousness from the stars, using his heart as a sword and his will to control the sword, and crashed into the Holy True Devil's chest. The sword of will exploded in the Holy True Devil's chest, completely destroying the Holy True Devil. However, after that attack, Master Cloud no longer had the strength to fight. After this battle, the first emperor, the empress, and the only saint were all exhausted. In order to completely eliminate the devil calamity, no one entered the myriad saint True Devil's domain. Instead, 11 of them used their remaining power to burn the myriad saint manor, myriad saint mountain, and myriad saint old devil's corpse into ashes. The entire mountain was also burned to the ground after that battle. Since then, the legend of the Holy True Devil no longer existed in the pugilistic world. After that battle, the first emperor, the empress, and the only saint announced that they would go into seclusion for 10,000 years to heal their injuries. Guangxu sighed. After another 10,000 years, the extraterrestrial demons invaded, and the great war of the purple cloud heavens broke out. the heavenly emperor of the purple cloud, Zihao, died a heroic death in battle. Originally, Zihao's strength was only second to the Cloud Master. If it wasn't for the fact that he had lost so much strength in the battle that he hadn't fully recovered, then it's hard to say what the final result of the Great War of the Purple Cloud Heavens would have been. Kuang Shu sighed. Everyone sighed in unison. To Kuang Shu and the others, the heavenly emperor of the Purple Cloud, Zihao was undoubtedly an immortal legend, an insurmountable myth, and also a true idol. He would rather break than bend, rather die than submit, and go against the current regardless of the difficulties and dangers. From a nobody to the heavenly emperor of the Purple Cloud, Zihao's life was an immortal legend in the Heaven Imperial Court. When the news of the legend's death spread out, the whole world mourned, and the common people mourned. Chu Yang sighed. Since that's the case, the inheritance of the holy true devil should have been cut off. But now it has appeared in the human world again. During this period, a glint flashed across his eyes as he suddenly thought of something. Senior Shu, you said that when everyone is severely injured and unable to continue fighting, Master Yin will be in a better state than the others, even though he's also unable to continue fighting. Am I right? Kuang Shu was startled for a moment and said, Yes, that was the rumor back then. We didn't participate in this battle. Facing the holy true devil that wreaked havoc in the Heaven Imperial Court, we weren't qualified to participate in that battle. When he said this, the 4 7-stars protectors of Demon Emperor Tian, and Demon Emperor Tian lowered their heads in shame. Yes, that's right. The Cloud Master's last attack was when the holy true devil was about to run out of energy, and he brazenly launched the star's awe-inspiring righteous sword. This sword used the heart as the sword and the will to control the sword. Actually, there's no true sword, and the Cloud Master's body is equivalent to the sword's body, right? Chu Yang asked. That's right. Kuang Shu nodded. This was a common knowledge question among high-level martial artists. As long as one was qualified enough in the Heaven Imperial Court, they would naturally know this. And for this sword, the Cloud Master himself directly crashed into the holy true devil's chest, right? Chu Yang asked. That's right. Kuang Shu nodded again. After his entire body crashed into the holy true devil, the holy true devil would definitely counterattack on the verge of death, right? So the Cloud Master was seriously injured at that time, causing him to be unable to continue fighting. Chu Yang continued to ask. Yes, this is without a doubt. Facing the final counterattack of the holy true devil, I believe that anyone would be seriously injured. Kuang Shu nodded. The result might be like that, but before that, there's still a little bit of time. After the Cloud Master crashed into the holy true devil, there was still a little bit of time before the sword chi exploded and the holy true devil was annihilated. Chu Yang sighed. What are you trying to say? What can happen in such a little bit of time? Kuang Shu and the others couldn't help but feel a little surprised when they saw Chu Yang chasing after this question. This kind of thing, shouldn't it be obvious just by thinking about it? What could happen in such a little bit of time? Like a flash of lightning, a white steed flashed by. I think that it must be the saint's idea to completely destroy all traces of the holy true devil's existence after the battle. Chu Yang didn't wait for Kuang Shu to reply. He directly nodded and said with certainty, This is a natural result. It's logical. Chapter 2363. After the battle, since all the related items were destroyed, there was naturally no need to divide the spoils, and when Saint Monarch fell into the arms of Thousand Saints' true demon, everyone else was severely injured. No one saw the subtle movements of the two of them entangled together. What could be in the arms of Thousand Saints' true demon? This could be an eternal mystery. Chu Yang sneered. Who has seen the space ring of Thousand Saints' true demon? Since he is a demon, he should have such a space ring with him, right? The space ring is like a hot potato. No one dares to mention it or ask about it. No one would believe that such a demon would wreak havoc in the world. The most precious items could only be carried by him. And among everyone present, I believe that only Saint Monarch has a slight chance of getting these items. Moreover, after all the corpses and evidence are destroyed, no one will have any more doubts. Chu Yang sneered. Everyone in the world wants to erase all traces of Thousand Saints' true demon. This is undoubtedly an excellent reason, and one that everyone can accept. However, no one expected that there were actually people with selfish motives. Chu Yang sighed deeply. Mo Tianji had been silent for a long time. At this moment he began to speak. He paused between each word and said carefully, the phenomenon that we have encountered now is basically consistent with the legendary 10,000 Saints' true spirit. We can be sure that our opponent is a schemer who has cultivated the 10,000 Saints' true spirit. What is even more frightening is that the people who have died in our hands are the true spirits cultivated by that person over the years. Taking advantage of the fact that they were killed by us, all of their true spirits were devoured by him. Therefore, all of them do not have a soul after death, let alone a true spirit. According to Senior Xu Kuang's description, we can infer that someone must have obtained the cultivation method of Thousand Saints' true spirit during the battle, and this person is the most suspicious Saint Monarch. When he said Saint Monarch is the most suspicious, Mo Tianji said it with difficulty. Hearing this, the faces of everyone present were also heavy and gloomy to the extreme. And now, Xie Danqiong is about to ascend to the throne of Mo Yun Tian. To the world, this is not a big deal. In fact, it is a good thing to see. Therefore, it is normal for Saint Monarch to secretly make arrangements. Mo Tianji smiled faintly. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, with the noble status of the Saint Monarch, there is no need for him to do so. However, we have always overlooked the fact that there is also the cultivation of the myriad saints' true devil. Before Senior Book Kuang told us about it, I believe we had never thought of this even in our wildest dreams. Most of those who came here to die are peerless experts. Their strength is enough to dominate a region. In the cultivation process of the myriad saints' true devil, such people have already reached the point where they can devour and reap huge benefits. To make a more vivid analogy, it's like a fruit farmer planting an orchard. After a long period of management and irrigation, the orchard has now reached the harvest season. Mo Tianji to be reaped the benefits, and at the same time to be destroyed, destroying the Ascension ceremony. Everyone was shocked. Is for us to be to help him to reap the benefits? Even though we don't want to, we can't let these people ruin the coronation ceremony. Therefore, we can only kill and be used. And the result of this is that every time we kill someone, we will increase his strength by a bit. This is a vicious cycle that I can't do anything about, but I have no choice but to do it. Even if we clearly see through his intentions, we can only do things according to his wishes. This is a dead knot that cannot be untied. If it were any other method, we might be able to think of a way to instigate these people to defect. But the controlling method of the 10,000 Saints celestial spirit technique makes it impossible for us to instigate a rebellion. Even if one or two of them were to defect, they would die in an instant in the next moment. The result would only be that the benefits that the conspirator gained from these two people would be halved or none at all. It would not hurt the root of the conspirator. Mu Tsonglan and the others turned pale. Such a conjecture was reasonable and had irrefutable evidence. However, the truth pointed to an absolutely terrible situation that no one was willing to believe and accept even if they were to die. That was tantamount to completely destroying the faith, loyalty, and ideals of the vast majority of people. Furthermore, even if all the facts were clear, what could they do? With the current situation, was there any way to go against the schemer? Disappointment, despair, hopelessness. Everyone, please go back. Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said, I won't say much about other things, but I only ask one thing from everyone, and that is, Use the most desperate method to increase your own strength. The faster the better, the higher the better. In the future, if we are not willing to submit to that schemer, we will definitely face an extremely terrifying enemy. And this enemy is probably millions of times more terrifying than that myriad saints' true devil from back then, or even more. Take care of yourselves. Emotion G said quietly. The calligraphy and painting kings and Moot Songlan left almost at the same time. When they left, the extreme shock on their faces had not disappeared in time. The two great guards of the Demon Emperor Heaven immediately set off, solemnly entrusting Supreme Demon Ning Ning to Chu Yang's care, and then quickly returned to the Demon Emperor Heaven. This news had to be reported to the Demon Empress as soon as possible. This news could not be transmitted through any means of communication, because any means of communication could be intercepted by Saint Monarch. Moreover, Saint Monarch was in ink cloud heaven now. For a moment, only Chu Yang and his subordinates were left in the room. Brother Tribulation, Sword Master, Zi Xieching, Mo Qingguo, Mo Lei Chu Lu Tribulation Spirit, Brother Hu. But still no one said anything. Everyone's expression was extremely heavy. Going against the Dharma Supreme when they were in the heavenly realm was already very difficult. But compared to now, the difference was like heaven and earth. The difference in difficulty was more than 1 billion times. Next, we have to do this. Mo Tian Ji paced around. First, we must not let Gurian find out that we have already discovered his biggest secret. So, we still have to kill those who should be killed. But, Boss Chuyang, I'm afraid you will have to work harder. Mo Tianji turned and looked at Chuyang. Chuyang nodded deeply. I can only kill him. I will kill him with the Tribulation Sword. The Tribulation Sword also had the ability to devour. It could completely devour the real spirit. Chuyang understood what Mo Tianji meant. Targets above the saint level must all be killed with the Tribulation Sword. Or we can leave 1 or 2 of the real spirits and let him absorb them. Mo Tianji said, otherwise he will be suspicious. With his scheming and deep foresight, a little flaw may cause a huge change. We need to stabilize the situation for now. We cannot break the situation in advance. That's right. Chu Yang agreed. Your mission is also relatively heavy. You can kill targets below the saint level without any qualms. But you have to capture those above the saint level alive as much as possible. If Boss is not present, Mo Tianji looked at the other brothers. The brothers and the girls all had bitter looks on their faces. The lower the cultivation, the more they had to kill. But they had to capture those with higher cultivation alive. This was really a huge problem. But the current situation had led them to this step. What could they do? They had to do their best, even if they had to risk their lives. Also, Chu Yang gritted his teeth. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to train our troops. Experts from all over the world are coming. Before Xie Danqiong ascends to the throne, each of us has to personally experience thousands of battles. Our cultivation and comprehension must be improved. I don't need to tell you why, right? Everyone nodded heavily. Even if you train yourselves to death, you have to improve your own cultivation. Mo Tianji added. Gmo, Luo Kudi, and Rue Butong wailed at the same time. How were they supposed to live? They had reached the saint level after so much difficulty, but they still had to work harder. The faces of the 3 guys were ashen. They had already cursed the ancestors of a saint level in their hearts. If it weren't for this bastard, would we be in such a miserable state where we're on the verge of death? Fuck your ancestors. Chuyang thought about it again and again. In the end, he still took out the medicinal essence that the medicine spirit had painstakingly condensed from the tribulation space and gave 1 to each of them. He warned solemnly, this kind of medicine is very beneficial for increasing one's cultivation base. But this kind of increase is, after all, an external force. Moreover, the amount of increase is quite a burden for your current strength and has no benefit for your own foundation. So, once you take this medicine, you have to constantly fight to the death. You have to use your full strength to deal with any enemy, using the tempering between life and death, as well as the comprehension from countless battles, to make the vast medicinal energy completely merge into one's quintessence, truly making it one's own. Only by doing so can one eliminate the drawbacks of one's rapid advancement in the shortest amount of time. Only when the drawbacks are completely eliminated can you take a second medicine after a period of time. Chapter 2364. Bearing the bloodshed of the pugilistic world, bearing the sharpening of life and death. Chu Yang exhaled softly and murmured, "Although we brothers are young, we've been in the pugilistic world all these years. Even if we're not always on the brink of life and death, it's more or less the same. What we've encountered in a year, especially those tumbles between life and death, is almost comparable to the lifetime experiences of other saints. Why is that?" All the brothers were solemn. They listened to him quietly and didn't say a word. Listening to Chu Yang's words, all sorts of feelings welled up in everyone's hearts. Yes, with Boss around, there was medicine that could bring the dead back to life, inexhaustible heavenly treasures, and countless opportunities, their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Every one of them had created a miracle in this world. Until now, all the brothers each controlled a region and became one of the few tyrants in the world. Mo Tianji controlled the world's intelligence and strategized even more, deciding victory from 1,000 miles away. Xie Danqiong was already about to become a celestial emperor. If anyone were to tell these glorious achievements that they actually only used a short period of less than 3 years, anyone would be so shocked that they did a somersault. However, what did they have to pay for all of this? People only saw us young heroes who had such glorious achievements at such a young age and unfathomable strength, but who really knew that we brothers were cultivating hard almost every night. The hard work of not lying in bed for several years without a real sleep, other than the occasional time when the brothers had things to do and could relax when drinking, who would know how hard we worked when we were alone. Every strand, every second was being cultivated just for the goal in our hearts, to become a legend in this world, to create a legend that belonged to us brothers in this world. When you step onto the peak, you and I are by your side. That's it. Long nights of tormenting the essence of martial arts, running wildly in the wind and snow to train our reactions in every situation, wielding sabers in the rain, practicing swords in the wild waves, punching out in the face of towering mountains, drawing our swords in the face of opponents who were definitely stronger than us. How many times did we torture ourselves until we were covered in bruises, tossing ourselves to the brink of death and narrowly escaping death? But we still didn't slack off. What was all this for? Especially GMO and Luo Kadi. The tip of their noses turned sour and they almost shed tears. All these years, their aptitudes were already inferior to the other brothers. In order to not fall behind, only God knew what these two had paid. Going into the desolate wasteland alone, risking his life to fight against thousands of demonic beasts. He would do whatever was dangerous, and he would go wherever the risk was high, because he needed the pressure of hovering between life and death to spur him to move forward and break through. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to catch up. The brothers were silent, but there was a kind of calm on their faces. It was a faint bitterness, but even more so, there was a kind of pride in the face of heaven and earth. We've suffered so much in order to achieve what we have today. Life and death are nothing to us. So what's there to be afraid of? If even life and death were not important, then what could they do even if they faced a terrifying enemy? Chu Yang calmly looked at the 8 brothers. Then he finally smiled and said, "Everyone go!" Then he added, "Don't forget to take the medicine." This time, it was the only time that the brothers walked out in silence after a mission was issued. Even the most mischievous GMO and Luo Kadi remained silent, not saying a word from beginning to end. Here they were safe, even if thousands of soldiers attacked. As long as the brothers were together, they were invincible. But once they went out, they would be fighting for themselves, against the whole world, against the 10,000 saints' real spirit seed, cultivated by the saint. They would fight to the death. Everyone's face seemed to be flashing with the light of swords. When they walked out, seeing that the brothers had left, Chu Yang started to walk out. "Big brother, let me stay," Chulu said. There was a strange look in her eyes that even she herself couldn't explain. "Okay." Chu Yang didn't turn his head and agreed. Mo Ching Wu's red clothes fluttered, and she flew out gracefully. She followed closely beside Chu Yang and floated out together with him. Their figures were completely synchronized, as if they were one. With a flash of her white robe, Zi Xieching was like a fairy flying out of the heavens. With a swoosh, she disappeared into the distance. Zi Xieching was stubborn and never wanted to move together with Chu Yang. Not only Chu Yang. She wouldn't cooperate with anyone. She always insisted on moving alone. Chu Yang was speechless and helpless towards Zi Xieching's way of doing things. But no matter how he tried to persuade her, even if he used all kinds of hooligan methods, he couldn't change Zi Xieching's stubbornness. 3 out of the 4 girls present had already left. The last girl, Mo Lei disappeared quietly from the hall with a flash of her black clothes. No one knew where she went, but Mo Tianji knew that Mo Lei must have gone to a place where it was easy to snipe the enemy. Once she attacked, it would be a fatal blow. Chu Lu's white clothes fluttered, seeing Chu Yang and Mo Ching Wu's figures disappear. She bit her lip, a little dazed. Suddenly, she said without thinking, "Mo Ching Wu treats my brother quite well, Sai. But my brother treats her even better." Chu Lu added. Mo Tianji smiled sheepishly, rubbing his hands and nodding. Yes, yes. When he heard Chu Lu asking to stay, Mo Tianji only felt that his head was about to explode from excitement. He didn't even hear clearly what she said and just agreed. Blockhead. This kind of person is actually a peerless military advisor. Chu Lu bit her lips hatefully and sighed. Mo Chingwu is really fortunate to be able to find my brother. As a woman, to be protected by the man she loves, her life is really not in vain. Mo Tianji nodded again and again. Then he assumed a handsome appearance. He seemed to be very mature and elegant, but he was actually nodding like a little fool. Yes, yes. Blockhead. You're a blockhead. Blockhead. Chu Lu stomped her feet angrily and stomped out angrily. This guy is really stupid. I've already hinted so clearly. This guy doesn't even know how to say something polite. Even if you're embarrassed to talk about yourself, don't tell me you can't even say something like Lu in the future. There will definitely be someone who will treat you even better than Chu Yang. If you had said it, I would have bitterly replied, "Is that true?" But where is that person? I don't even know when he will appear. Then I'll sigh, open the topic, and then we can have a good chat. But he never thought that this piece of wood would only say, like a dumb goose, "Yes, yes. Yes, your ass. I've already said so much. Do you really want me to confess to you directly? Mo Tianji, do you like me? I actually quite like you. Let's date, okay? Like that? I'm a girl. I don't know. Do you understand? Do you understand?" Chulu was going crazy. Blockhead. Blockhead. Could it be that her intelligence and shrewdness were all an act? Or is this blockhead just an act? Chulu left angrily. Mo Tianji was shocked to see her leave angrily. He subconsciously touched his head and was stunned. He muttered, "What's wrong? What's wrong? We were talking so nicely. Why did she suddenly get angry when she was so happy?" A ball of black smoke twisted and convulsed. The soul finally couldn't take it anymore and rushed out. I can't take it anymore. If I continue to watch and listen, I'm going to break down because of Mo Tianji. He really didn't expect that such a resourceful and meticulous person would be, so he's actually retarded to the point of being an idiot in this aspect. I'm really too surprised. I'm really dying of laughter. Not long later, Chu went out with a new task to arrange. After a while, she came back and sat on a chair at the side with a cold face. She didn't say a word and looked unhappy. It was as if she didn't want to be alone with a non-human who only had IQ and no EQ. Mo Tianji was a little confused, but he still had to act like a mature big brother. He smiled and said, "Miss Lu, why do you seem angry?" "Haha, why are you angry? Can you tell me?" Chu Lu rolled her eyes and said, "What's there to say? How am I angry? I feel very happy. Very happy. Very happy. Also, my big brother is Chu Yang. Who are you?" Mo Tianji was stunned when he heard that. He subconsciously said, "Ah, I'm Mo Tianji." Chu Lu gritted her teeth when she saw this. She roared angrily, "Is it Mo Tianji? Let me tell you, I'm very, very happy now." Mo Tianji, whose IQ had dropped to 0 because of his EQ, finally felt Chu Lu's anger. However, he was even more confused because of his negative EQ. He carefully said, Yes, I'm very happy too." As he said that, he walked to the window and sniffed the fragrance on Chu Lu's body. For a moment, he felt refreshed and high-spirited. Hee, I'm really very happy as long as you're by my side. What? I'm already like this. You still dare to say that you're very happy too. Chu Lu was so angry that her nose was crooked. She said, sarcastically, "The scenery outside the window is beautiful, isn't it? The weather today is so good." Mo Tianji nodded repeatedly and praised, Yes. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Chu Lu slammed her hand on the table and walked away angrily. "I really can't take it anymore. If I hear yes one more time, this young lady will definitely go crazy. Definitely." Chapter 2365. The next time Qinggu comes back, I must ask her for advice. What is this young girl thinking? Logically speaking, maturity, steadiness, elegance, wisdom. Aren't these the most important factors that attract girls? Mo Tianji looked at Chu Lu's back view as she left, for no reason, angrily. He was still puzzled. In the past, when I went out, I was always like this. All the ladies would stare at me in a daze. This time, I purposely put on a front. Why did I receive such treatment? This doesn't make sense. Although Mo Tianji's IQ was top-notch and unrivaled in the world, his EQ was really too horrible to look at. It was just that all this while he had always appeared in this manner, making people feel that he was omnipotent. But no one would have thought that this master of calculation and manipulation who controlled the world had an EQ comparable to a super noob, or even worse. Yes, it was true that women liked this kind of man, but generally speaking, women would view such men as scenery. Yes, they could be viewed from afar, but not touched. Once a woman really fell for you, you would need to take the initiative, be more considerate, gentle, or even be a little perverted, sweet talk, and intimate. Even if you were a little shameless, it was understandable. Even if you were a little beastly, it was also acceptable. Even if you pretended to be reserved, in the end, you would still give in half-heartedly, but if a woman fell for you and you still put on that kind of saintly appearance, you would be worse than a beast. There would definitely be no good consequences. Mo Tianji had been focused on this profession since he was young and had no other thoughts. If he killed the wrong person and kept the wrong person's daughter by his side, the two beautiful women by his side back then who had accompanied him for a few years didn't have any reaction at all. When Mo Qinggu was wronged back then, all he did was try his best to help her from the outside. He had never thought that a word of comfort, a heart of warmth and support at that time was far better than what he had done outside by 1,000 times, although the actual effect was actually inversely proportional. But humans ultimately needed that kind of words, heart, warmth, and support. Yet the extremely intelligent Mo Tianji just couldn't think of this. Even if a smart person did something stupid, If no one pointed it out, they would never be able to get out of that vicious circle. It was the same now. When he liked a girl, he had never thought of putting it into action and confessing to her face to face. As for how to act and how to confess, he was completely clueless. In Mo Tianji's mind, he believed that as long as he showed his proudest, most elegant, most carefree, and most his side, everything would naturally fall into place. And everything would naturally fall into place. That's how it should be. Everything will naturally fall into place. And everything will naturally fall into place. However, he had never thought that the so-called natural and unrestrained temperament was just for outsiders to see. As for his lover, what he really needed was to be considerate and warm, not some bullshit elegance and temperament. In the end, women still needed to be coaxed. Even if you were a little naughty, it was fine. The most taboo thing was to pretend to be that. Day after day passed. Although there were more and more people in Chonghua City, the order in the city was getting calmer and calmer. Of course, the bustling atmosphere was still the same as before, and it didn't change just because there were a few more crabs. However, no one knew what kind of stormy waves were hidden under this surface calmness. Just maintaining this surface calmness took a lot of effort from the Tribulation Brothers and the millions of soldiers in the Imperial City. These days, Chu Yang and the others had been constantly searching, researching, and killing. This process, as time went by, they seemed to be getting more and more skilled. Countless experts entered the Jasper Flower City and then disappeared without a trace. Every day, the few people who were in charge of stopping the enemy had to find themselves at least 10 times in a row. They had to defeat the enemy, kill them, or capture them alive. Chu Yang was even busier because not only did he have to kill his own targets, but he also had to preside over the killing of the people captured by the other brothers. Under Chu Yang's tribulation sword, at least 2,000 souls had been killed in this short 1.5 months. And among these 2,000 souls, none of them was below the cultivation of a saint. In other words, Chu Yang had killed at least 2,000 super experts above the saint level. Of course, through this period of killing, everyone had become more mature, and their cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. The few people at the front had already begun to steadily advance towards the high-level saint level. Their progress could be said to be amazing. The few people at the back had also gained a firm foothold in the level of saint level and were gradually advancing. Everyone was racing against time and cherishing every bit of time. Everyone was working hard with all their might. However, there was only less than a month left before the Ascension ceremony of the Jade Flower Great Emperor. Time was getting more and more pressing, and there was less and less time. And there were still countless experts swarming in from all directions. High up in the sky, the person above the cloud seemed to have felt that something was wrong during this period of time, but he couldn't tell what exactly was wrong. Looking down, he frowned deeply. This feeling of something wrong had already lasted for 1.5 months. During this period of time, he didn't go down personally. Instead, he was high up in the sky, using the heart manipulation technique to continuously harvest real spirits and strengthen himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to go down and investigate clearly, but because his appearance was too familiar to most people in the Heaven Imperial City. After all, his image had already been announced to the world. As long as he wasn't careful, he would be recognized. As for disguising himself, the saint wasn't willing. As the supreme ruler of the Heaven Imperial City, he was forced to change his appearance and go down to do something like a thief. He really didn't want to have this feeling of being sneaky. Even if he had to temporarily change into someone else's appearance for some purpose, he would change back after that. As the saint, the #1 person in the world, how could he disguise himself as someone else? Disguise himself as someone else? This wasn't because the saint was conceited and arrogant, but because of his status and position. At his level, he had already reached the point where every move he made was the heavens and the earth, the light. Of course, that was if he didn't have so many secrets. I am the Cloud Master, so I will be the Cloud Master. However, some time ago, he suddenly felt that the amount of dark spirit energy he should have harvested had suddenly decreased by a lot. It wasn't that it didn't exist, but it had decreased by a lot. Originally, he should have been able to harvest more than 100 strands of dark spirit energy a day, but after that day, there were only about 20 strands. He didn't care too much about it. It didn't matter to him how much or how long it took. He only needed to be responsible for absorbing it. Furthermore, those little fellows below had been fighting for so long and had been fighting with their lives on the line. Perhaps they were tired, or perhaps some of them were injured. Or perhaps at the moment when they killed their target, they coincidentally destroyed the target's true spirit before it was transmitted away. This wasn't impossible. As a result, their battle prowess had decreased, and the number of true spirits had decreased. This was normal and reasonable. His guess was right. Chu Yang and the other brothers were injured almost every day. In fact, they were injured more than once a day. It was simply unrealistic to capture a target who had the cultivation of a saint alive and still be able to escape unscathed every time they succeeded in doing so. If Chu Yang didn't have heaven-defying divine medicine like the heavy pill, he would have already reached the point that the saint was guessing now. Unable to fight due to exhaustion and unable to fight due to injuries. Therefore, the saint didn't care too much about it. Since it was reasonable, then it was normal. Even he himself couldn't continue fighting for such a long time without knowing fatigue. However, after this continued for more than 10 days, it became a little strange. It wasn't completely because of the decrease in the number of true spirits. Instead, it was because some of the heart-grasping technique had inexplicably lost its power and sense of existence, becoming a floating state. This kind of thing was too unusual. It wasn't impossible for something like this to happen. For example, if the target of the heart-grasping technique was suddenly killed by the enemy and coincidentally, the true spirit was also destroyed in an instant and completely dispersed. This would cause the heart-grasping technique to not be able to guide the true spirit in time and become an aimless shooting. This was why such a phenomenon could occur. In that case, in the following period of time, the line that belonged to that person would slowly lose its vitality and slowly float. This process would usually take a few days before it was discovered by the controller. This was also the only flaw of cultivating the 10,000 saints' true spirit technique. However, the probability of such a thing happening was extremely small. If it wasn't done deliberately, it would be so small that it might not even happen once in 10,000 years under normal circumstances. In fact, the saint had already expected such a situation. After all, what Chu Yang and the others were doing now was a hunting operation. Killing the target in one move or even destroying the divine spirit wasn't something rare. So, it was understandable that the harvest would be reduced by 10 or 20%. However, in this period of time, such a situation had actually occurred one after another, and the harvest had been sharply reduced by 80%. Something must have happened. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a targeted strategy. The saint turned into a white cloud and slowly descended. When he reached 10,000 feet above the ground, he turned into a wisp of misty fog and fell without a trace, stopping several hundred feet above Chonghua City. His tyrannical divine sense instantly turned into a large net and fell down, completely enveloping the entire Chonghua City. Not long after, he had already found those young experts who were on the move here. He saw that these people were still in a hurry and left in a hurry. However, there was a big difference from before. In the past, they were all alone. But now, they were working together in twos and threes. Although their movements were still fast, they couldn't hide the tiredness on their faces. Chapter 2366. Battles were still happening in every corner of the city. Targets were constantly being killed. The sage could clearly feel that strands of dark spiritual energy were converging towards him. Everything was normal. There was no problem. Then why did he feel that something was wrong? Was it an illusion? But the next moment he frowned. Below him, two black-robed youths had found a target that was close to the level of a sage and were fighting fiercely. That true spirit was obviously not their match and was about to be defeated. Every one of the opponents was holding a divine weapon and had been through hundreds of battles. Every one of them had a true spirit that was higher than the level of a sage. The target was trying to break out of the encirclement, but the two of them tried their best to stop him. They did not kill him and only fought with him, blocking all the possible escape routes of the target. Finally, the target was seriously injured and captured. The two of them grabbed him and left quickly. The sage was very curious about this result. Why didn't they kill the person they captured on the spot? Instead, they took him away. Wouldn't that cause trouble in the future? Moreover, capturing him alive was obviously more exhausting than killing him. Wasn't this strenuous and thankless? Curious, the sage followed them with his divine sense and saw a heavily guarded prison cell. There were two people in charge of interrogations. Speak, who sent you? You don't want to speak, right? Come, punish him. A sinister laugh sounded. If you don't speak and I can't destroy your souls, then I'll let you down. Then the torture was carried out and there were screams, so it was like this. The sage frowned. White clouds floated up and returned to the clouds in an instant. So it's like this. They have already realized that there is someone behind this and captured those with high cultivation for interrogation. They want to find out the mastermind behind this. Those heart manipulation techniques were broken because they were tortured to the point where they wished to die. In the end, all of their souls were destroyed, however. You are destined to waste your energy like this. Even if you destroy their souls 1,000 times, they won't be able to say anything. It's just a pity for my true spirit. Forget it. I'll let you mess around for a few days. When I see that you can't get anything out of them, I'll stop and give up. At this point, the sage was relieved. However, he did not notice that the guards in the prison cell had a strange expression on their faces. This is fucking weird. He had never seen anyone interrogate a prisoner in such a manner in his entire life of looking at prison cells. Every time he would shout, "I will torture you until your souls scatter." However, after a few continuous shouts and a short moment of torture, he didn't wait any longer. Following that, he simply killed them with a sword and replaced them with a new batch. It was still the same, will you speak or not? If you don't say it, I will torture you until your soul scatters. Then, after saying it a few times, he cleanly killed him with a sword. Fuck you. Where's the torture you were talking about? Could that little bit of torture be considered torture? Did they even know how to use torture? Fuck. This is probably a psychopathic murder who doesn't know anything about torture, right? You're not torturing the people you've captured. You're torturing our ears. Every day he would hear the same words, but he just couldn't think of any concrete methods to implement them. We will all collapse, okay? At first, we thought that this great master came in so confidently because he had some good interrogation method. So, we rubbed our hands and wanted to learn from him. But now, the prisoners were almost not tortured at all. Instead, we were tortured to the point of almost going crazy. Spare us! In the last half a month, it would be the day of the Jade Flower Emperor's Ascension ceremony. On this day, suddenly, a deafening roar came from the south of the city. The roar rumbled and shook the heavens. Then, it was as if a bolt from the blue suddenly sounded in the sky. The entire world seemed to flash and distort once. In the Jade Flower City, Mo Tianji and the rest were shocked. An expert had arrived. The person who came was definitely a high-level saint. He might even be at the peak of the saint level. A burly man with his hands behind his back arrived at the city gate as if he was riding the clouds. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Black Mist Mountain's Black Mist True Monarch is here to congratulate Jade Flower Empress on her ascension to the throne." The city gate official revealed a shocked expression. Black Fog Mountain's Supreme Black Fog was a native of Black Cloud Sky. He ruled over a mountain range by himself. It was said that his cultivation had reached an omnipotent level. All along, when Yuan Tianjie was here, he had never taken any action against Black Fog Mountain. This Supreme Black Fog had always existed in legends. It was said that this Supreme Black Fog would only appear once every 10,000 years. Every time he appeared, it would cause a catastrophe in the martial world. To think that he would personally come to congratulate the Jade Flower Emperor on her ascension this time. The Jade Flower Emperor was really prestigious. Coming alone, he actually made people feel that the celestial emperor of this generation was really impressive. This showed how powerful this true monarch black fog was. When the city gate official saw that it was him, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. He personally registered and then let this supreme black fog into the city. He had to be extra careful. Supreme Black Fog walked in with his head held high. Outside the east gate there was a huge crowd. An old man with a hunched back, a face full of wrinkles, and a head full of white hair walked shakily in the crowd. Everyone who saw this scene could not help but break out in cold sweat. This old man, he better not be accidentally squeezed to death, looking at this skinny man who was on his last breath. It wouldn't be strange at all if he was squashed to death by someone. And this old man walked into Jade Flower City with a hunched back and a pair of dim eyes. He looked like he was past his prime. When he was registering, he also honestly showed his identity card and wrote down a name that made people shudder, Chinyonyo. When the registrar saw this childish name and the old man in front of him, he almost burst out laughing on the spot. With a crooked smile, he let this old man in. When the old man entered the crowd, he was like a drop of water merging into the sea, disappearing in an instant. The registrar changed shifts. The previous pile of registration information was also submitted and replaced with a new one. The registration book entered the city gate. Here, more than 300 people were carefully sorting, searching, and confirming. There were people constantly moving the information of the martial artists above the martial saint level. As for those who were left behind, they sealed them up. People came and went. Only the sound of hurried footsteps and the rustling of papers could be heard. Everyone was focused, and there was not even a single person who was panting loudly. From time to time, a graceful maid would tiptoe in and refill everyone's teacups. Although it was said that they were refilling tea, the teacups were actually still full, because almost none of these hundreds of people had the time to drink. This time, Mo Yuntian had changed the world, and a new emperor had ascended the throne. This was a huge matter, and they were in charge of the most important part. Everyone had gone through the most rigorous investigation. Only those with clean backgrounds were qualified to sit here and work. From the moment they entered until the end of Jade Flower Great Emperor's Ascension, there was absolutely no one who could walk out of here. Obviously, this was strictly confidential to the point of almost being harsh, and such a job was very precious to everyone. As long as they could endure until the end of the Ascension ceremony, they could be said to be the hardcore supporters of Jade Flower Great Emperor. With today's merit of supporting the Emperor, their future would definitely be bright. But if there was a mistake in the hands of that person, it would be bad, so everyone was serious to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. Moreover, they were all doing it voluntarily. In the midst of the solemn atmosphere, someone suddenly laughed and pointed at a name on the register. Chi Nyonyo. Haha, an old man actually has such a name. This is really too funny. Everyone laughed at the same time. To be honest, the only joy in doing such a heavy job here was to find some fun from some strange names in exchange for a moment of relaxation. This official laughed and said an old man. Ha ha ha, an old man with a face full of wrinkles is actually called Chi Nyonyo. Ha! And an old man who is already 1,170,000 years old is called Chi Nyonyo. Ha ha ha. Ah. The laughter suddenly stopped. Not only him, but everyone who heard this sentence stopped laughing at the same time. Their faces became bewildered, and there was also a trace of shock. An old man was naturally not strange. Not only Jade Flower City, every city would receive many old men every day. This was naturally not strange. As for the old man's name, although ridiculous, it was also not strange. A name was a mark of a person. Even more ridiculous and strange names existed, but this 1,170,000 years old record was really shocking. What kind of person could live to 1,170,000 years old? Only a peak martial artist. Inferring from this age alone, the other party had to be at least a high-level saint, because even a beginner saint could not live for so long. In fact, even a 7-star guard's age was about the same. The foreman suddenly stood up. I say, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? The record really states that he is 1,170,000 years old, and not 1,170,000 years old? That official was already sweating profusely. Yes, there is absolutely no mistake. His identity certificate is here. The foreman quickly walked over, grabbed the document, and shouted, "Send this person's information to the commander-in-chief immediately." Immediately, a ghost-like guard appeared, took the document, and left like a gust of wind. Looking at the back of the guard, everyone was sweating profusely. A few people's lips were already green, and their faces were pale. Fortunately, this guy still found out that this person's age was 1,170,000 years old. Otherwise, this old man would have been missed. This matter was too dangerous. Chapter 2367. Everyone be more attentive. Stop laughing and joking. Be serious, be more serious. The leading official roared with a stern expression. At the same time, he wiped his sweat. He was still scared. If something went wrong here and he was ignored by everyone's laughter, then the hundreds of people in the room would be beheaded together with their clansmen. When the official who discovered the problem sat down, he realized that he was sweating so much that even his underwear was soaked. He sat down and his crotch was cold. That was close, motherfucker. Everyone sweats when they are nervous. Why am I sweating in my crotch when I'm nervous? It's a head, but a small one. The official muttered in his heart. Chi Nyonyo. Motianji looked at this person's name, waved his hand, and said, "Confirm his personal information again. If the basic information is true, organize all of this person's information and bring it back." Originally, with the efficiency of the intelligence system that Motianji was in charge of, there would definitely not be an incident of confirming someone's information again. However, this time it was very important. This was a super old man who was over 1,000,000 years old. Just because of his age, there was value in confirming and gathering all of his information again. Business was business. Personal was personal. Even though Chu Lu had a lot of opinions about someone, she would definitely not argue with Motianji on this kind of official matter. She floated out like a gust of wind and quickly came to a hall on the other side. This hall was much bigger than the room that Motianji was in. It was almost 10 times bigger. It was filled with the records of the martial arts experts that Mo Yuntian had recorded over the years. Chi Nyonyo, 17 million years old. Check. There were 100 intelligence personnel here. Each of them was in charge of the records of the martial arts experts over a period of time. As long as they had specific information about a certain person, the speed of checking was very fast. For example, this Chi Nyonyo, his age was a very obvious indicator. Therefore, in just a short while, this Chi Nyonyo's information was found. Chi Nyonyo, male, origin unknown. His identity card shows that he was originally registered in the extreme heavens. This person was cruel and murderous when he was young. He killed the innocent and liked to rape women. When he first showed his talent, he already had the cultivation of Heaven Realm. He came to Mo Yuntian to join the army. Later, he was promoted to the position of captain. He fought in Mo Yuntian's army for 30 years and made great contributions. However, when he was promoted to general, he quietly left. After that, he went on a rampage in the martial arts world. He specialized in robbing and plundering. Over the years, countless people have been harmed by him. This man has a perverted addiction to treasures. Whenever he sees something, he will definitely try to get his hands on it. I don't know how many murders have been caused because of this. Just with a single thought, the number of innocent people who have died tragically in his hands has reached as high as 3,000 people. He once used the alias of Qi Qianshan and entered Clear Wind Sect in the extreme heavens. 10 years later, more than 7,000 people in Clear Wind Sect were all killed. The spiritual treasure left behind by the seniors of Clear Wind Sect, Fiery Tree Silver Flower, which has a great effect on one's foundation, was lost. He once used the alias of Qi Man Man and snuck into Eastern Royal Heavens, Lotus Mountain. A few years later, Lotus Mountain would be uprooted by him. Not even a chicken or a dog would be spared. In total, more than 20 big sects were destroyed because of him. All the wealth and heavenly treasures belonged to him alone. The government had issued orders to arrest him many times, but it was to no avail. They lost many soldiers and generals. Later on, Qi Nyonyo slowly became more restrained. Yuan Tianji gave the order to cancel the order to kill him. Until 100,000 years ago, Qi Nyonyo disappeared from the pugilistic world and never appeared again. All weapons, soft sword. According to legend, this sword was forged from the tendons of a golden dragon and the essence of purple cloud iron. It has a unique texture and can be long or short. It can be soft or hard. With this sword in hand, all the weapons in the world are like in a bag, cultivation unknown. Suspected to be the heavenly lightning technique, but there is no evidence. Personality, eccentric and violent. If he doesn't agree with someone, he may slaughter the entire city. Extremely brutal. He was once named as the fiercest person in dark cloud heavens. Appearance, his face is haggard. He is thin and withered. His hair is white like an old man in his twilight years. Mo. Tianji took this information and looked through it several times. Other than the original identification that he came from the extreme heavens, he didn't find anything special. According to this information, there was a 50% chance that this person came from some mysterious place. In other words, this Qi Nyonyo was also very likely to be a true spirit, and a true spirit at the high-level level of a saint. Mo. Tianji sighed in his heart. There was an inexplicable shock in his heart. How many more trump cards does this saint monarch have? A true spirit of this level, isn't it too extravagant? Every time he took out a trump card, it was so shocking. It was simply shocking. Although he was shocked, Mo. Tianji was still certain of one thing. This was definitely not the most powerful trump card of the Saint Monarch. He must have other hidden powers. Perhaps they were even more terrifying than what he had shown now. This was for sure. Since the enemy had made his move again, Mo. Tianji couldn't not accept the challenge. However, this time he was facing a high-level saint. Who should he send? What kind of strategy did they have in mind? Did they still insist on capturing him alive? Wouldn't that be a little suicidal? Mo. Tianji frowned. He sealed this information and handed it to Chu Lu-er. Bring this information to boss and let him make a decision on this matter. And that supreme black fog. Let him make a decision too. When it came to the analysis of the enemy's combat strength, Mo. Tianji admitted that he wasn't as good as Chu Yang. Therefore, he directly handed this hot potato over, being able to hand this decision over to someone else. Mo. Tianji faintly had a strange feeling of relief. Why is that so? Chu Lu-er was a little puzzled. Wasn't Mo. Tianji the one making all the decisions previously? Why is it different this time? I never belittle myself, but I also don't think too highly of myself. When it comes to analyzing the enemy's strength and formulating strategies to deal with the enemy, I'm not as good as Chu Yang. Mo. Tianji said frankly. Besides, I'm too hard-hearted. I only look at the results and don't care about the process. This will invisibly cause more sacrifices in the process. Perhaps these sacrifices aren't necessary. Chu Yang is different. Although Chu Yang also values the results, he cares more about the sacrifices in the process. He will try his best to reduce the price he has to pay in this process. As long as he can reduce the price of his life, he would rather choose to take a roundabout route rather than use the most direct and cold-blooded method to achieve victory. Mo. Tianji said, And in the current situation, no matter which one of our brothers is lost, or if there's any irrecoverable injuries, we can't afford to lose them. Therefore, this matter is handed over to Big Brother Chu to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Besides, the cultivation of these two people is too high. I'm afraid that something will go wrong if I make the decision. Chulua said, "See, my big brother is still the wiser one." Then she drifted out like a gust of wind. Although Lu was still flattering Chu Yang, she had a new understanding of Mo Tianji in her heart. Mo Tianji is still very self-aware. Mo Tianji's trust in Chu Yang had obviously reached a point where it couldn't be any higher. Mo Tianji didn't think that he was omnipotent. He was very clear-headed and knew his own strengths and weaknesses. For some reason, Chu Lu actually felt sincerely happy that she had such thoughts in her heart. Therefore, when she went to look for Chu Yang this time, it was completely with a kind of joy and a kind of faint gratification. "I say, little girl, what's wrong with you?" Chu Yang's brows were almost knitted together as he looked at his younger sister. Could it be that this girl had a fever? Using that kind of attitude that could almost be described as jumping for joy to give him such a huge and stressful piece of bad news that could crush him to death. Is this news worthy of you being so happy? "Big brother, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything." Chu Lu put her hands behind her back and jumped up and down happily in a posture unique to little girls. She didn't care about Chu Yang's surprise at all. Originally, with Lu Er's age, Chu Yang should feel happy and gratified that she could do such a thing. A little girl shouldn't have to bear so much in the first place. But at this moment, Chu Yang was very depressed and very puzzled. "Why are you so happy?" Chu Yang's brows furrowed even deeper. "Did something good happen? Why don't you share it with me?" Chu Lu blushed and looked even more beautiful. She snorted and said, "I'm not telling you." Then she turned around and jumped out. "Okay, I'm going back now." With a whoosh, she disappeared. This little girl. Why is she so jumpy? She's just like a little crazy. Chu Yang smiled dotingly. Then he looked at the name and information of Chi Nyonyo and couldn't help but ponder. To deal with such a person, Luo Kadi and GMO were obviously not suitable. This person was a perverted murderer. To deal with such a person, the only right way was to kill him as soon as possible in the most direct way. To carry out such a mission, there were two people who were most suitable, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing. Of course, there was also Mo Lei. Mo Lei always stayed close to Dong Wushang. She definitely wouldn't allow Su Ailing to fall into a dangerous situation alone. If there was really an irresistible danger, she would jump out at any time and participate in solving the problem. In that case, to deal with this Chi Nyonyo with three great experts. He believed that even if the other party was a high-level saint, facing these three people at the same time, it wouldn't bode well for him. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and finally added another person to the list of people to deal with Chi Nyonyo. Wang Dao. This knife was getting sharper and sharper now. To let him participate in a battle to snipe high-level saints was undoubtedly a great boost for him. In particular, to experience Mo Lei's elusive assassination techniques in close proximity, he believed that he would be able to learn a lot more from it. Chapter 2368. Many people are really asking for a scolding. They won't wake up if they don't scold them. A bunch of idiots take pride in being scolded. They won't feel comfortable if they don't get scolded. This fucking world is so big. Nothing is too strange. What a fucking bitch. Before scolding, let's talk about something else. I have been writing for more than 4 years, and every year there are many things to deal with. Let me make one thing clear. Our Shandong Liu is a small city. The entire city, including the villages, has a total of 1 million people. The last time Air Jen came here, he specially found a taxi and drove around the entire city, spending 35 yuan. Yes, it's such a big city, a prefecture-level city. My home is here. All my relatives, friends, and classmates are here. The furthest relative's house is less than 20 kilometers away from my home. As long as there is something, there will be a notice. I can't not go. Throughout the year, other than catching a cold and having a fever, there are more than 20 birthdays to celebrate. My parents, my biological uncle and auntie, my wife and I, my father-in-law and mother-in-law, my 3 aunts, a few uncles' birthdays. Wait, there are also some friends' birthdays that I have to go. Counting in this way, it's not a small number. Lai Wu's custom is to visit relatives during the Spring Festival. Every year, during the Dragon Boat Festival and the Autumn Festival, we also have to visit relatives and visit them. This also requires time. A meticulous reader once calculated. Fengling, your father's birthday is on the lunar calendar, and your father-in-law's birthday is on the same day. He said it clearly one by one. I was surprised and asked him how he knew. This guy said that for the past 4 years, every time you meet these few days, you have to explain it in the book. It's easy to calculate. If you want to lie, you can't find the same day every year and use the same reason to lie. No one has such a good memory. I repeat, I live in my hometown, not Beijing or Shanghai, where I can't reach. The main point is, when I encounter this kind of situation, I usually update late or early. I never ask for leave or stop updating. Even if I ask for leave, I'll make up for it by double. Many people who leave the village and enter the big city can't rush back because of something at home. Everyone can understand this phenomenon, but it doesn't mean that there's nothing at home. Besides, even if there's something that needs to rush back, your parents have dealt with it when you were young, so there's no need for you. You may not know what your parents have sacrificed, but ignorance is not a reason for you to scold others. Why are there so many idiots now? They're looking for excuses to scold me while watching pirated versions. It's my birthday today. Tomorrow I'll visit my relatives tomorrow. The day after tomorrow I'll catch a cold. The day after tomorrow someone will die. Why are you so troublesome, Fengling? Worst of all, he even scolded his family. Damn you, did I give you any face? Phut! Looking for an excuse? Was I coaxing you for fun? Do I need to find a reason? What's more, it's not like I'm not going to update. Why would I need to find an excuse? Your parents coaxed you because you are their son, but you're not my son. Why should I coax you? Even if you are my son, I will still beat and scold you. Coax you every day? Who the fuck do you think you are? Phut! Are you RMB? What a brainless thing. Did he really think he was some big shot? Looking at pirated versions every day and scolding the author. What kind of glory was that? Even the tens of thousands of readers who paid money to read the book didn't have any objections. What right did you have to scold me after seeing that it was a pirated copy? You keep saying that authors are your employees and readers are your bosses, but are there any bosses in the world who only let their employees work without paying them a salary? Boss? Hee, it's not that I am looking down on you, but you don't even want to spend a few cents and still want to scold me every day. Don't even think of being a boss in your lifetime. You don't have that kind of life. You keep saying that China is a pirated country and even computers are pirated. But when the pirated computer software is broken and can't be used, did you scold Bill Gates? Scold Microsoft? Why are you scolding the author when you look at pirated versions? Furthermore, are you proud of China being a pirated country? Scolding the author when you look at pirated versions? I don't understand your mentality. It's unbelievable. A bunch of stupid cheese. I did not purposely ask you to look at the original version. But what's with scolding me? What a bunch of stupid cheese. It's all because I've spoiled you. A bunch of people with no fan points actually want to take the book down and say that they will never vote for you again. But the problem is, have you ever fought before? Have you ever voted before? You keep shouting like you are a saint, but you don't know how stupid you are in the eyes of others. Today, I will give you a chance to scold you. Those stupid cheese who look at pirated versions and scold me, you can feel proud now, because you have angered me. You all have a great sense of achievement. Wow, you all are so happy to be scolded. Chapter 2369. Chu Yang thought to himself, given my and Qingwu's strength, It should be more than enough to defeat a high-level saint like Black Fog, true monarch. As long as this supreme Black Fog is not a peak saint, Emo Chingu, and I can take him down completely. Moreover, this will be the first time I face a powerful enemy since I reunited with Emo Chingu. Victory. Invincible. Chu Yang must build this confidence, not only for himself, but more importantly for Emo Chingu. May you dance with me all the way to the top. After Chu Yang made up his mind, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and immediately issued an order. Kill 2 high-level saints. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang immediately moved out. 2 figures, one was extremely sharp, like a sharp sword that cut through the blue sky. The other was burly and majestic, like the earth moving together. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing both had a kind of excitement in their hearts. Boss said, "Kill." Then this time we must kill. I can't afford to lose Tribulation's face. Boss's first order to kill after reuniting. I can't let him down. Looking at Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing leaving confidently, Chu Yang's eyes shone brightly. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart. Once upon a time, when facing a supreme martial artist of the heavenly continent, he had to flee for his life and was always in danger. Even running for his life was like treading on thin ice. But now, when facing a saint-level master of the heavenly imperial court, he could decide his life and death with just a word. I've grown up after all. Chu Yang raised his sword-like eyebrows and looked at the endless night outside the window. He didn't know whether it was out of pride or out of emotion, but he sighed. Black Mist Sage was sitting in the inn, with 2 expressionless guards standing behind him. In front of him, there were 2 slender young ladies who were diligently massaging his thighs. Just like that, he stretched his body and tilted his head. From time to time, he would let out 2 groans, indicating that they needed to use more strength on the places they were massaging. Suddenly, a groan of extreme comfort came from his throat. At that moment, it was clear that the comfort had reached its peak. He suddenly straightened up and laughed heartily. He grabbed the hair of a young girl and pressed her down. He stretched his neck and suddenly bit the young girl's neck with a "Kacha" sound. Blood gushed out. The girl's pretty face immediately turned pale, and she screamed in horror. The other girl also seemed to be stunned by this sudden attack and didn't know what to do for a moment. Just like that, he stood there motionlessly, as if he was a wooden sculpture. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, fresh human blood, especially the blood of a virgin, is the most delicious. Supreme Black Fog laughed loudly. I didn't expect that there's a virgin in this materialistic ink cloud city. You're really a bargain. Before the laughter ended, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Even if there's only one good woman left in the world that you've met, she might not necessarily let you off so easily. The cold voice said, "Because you don't deserve it." Supreme Black Fog was shocked when he heard this, because with this cold snort, 2 ghastly killing intents had completely locked onto him. For a moment, the peerless devil monarch, who used to dominate the whole ink cloud sky, felt a chill down his spine and didn't dare to move a little. His sharp teeth had already bitten the girl's neck. He only needed to suck a little harder, and this girl's virgin een and life essence would be sucked into his mouth and he would feast on them. But under the threat of such a ghastly killing intent, he didn't dare to move. Another clear voice said coldly, "Let go of that girl immediately, and I'll give you a chance to have a fair fight. If you don't, you'll die together with me." Under the cover of such a ghastly killing intent, the 2 bodyguards of Supreme Black Fog had already taken action. They were completely covered by the mysterious person's divine awareness. Their faces were pale, and they didn't even dare to move a finger. Only the cold sweat on their foreheads dripped to the ground, making a paw-paw sound. These 2 bodyguards were also at the peak of the celestial being level, and they were definitely not mediocre. But under the threat of the hidden enemy, they were so weak. The person who intimidated them and didn't hide his killing intent must be 2 sage masters, and they were definitely above the celestial being level, the standard of a senior level. In an instant, Black Fog Sage had already made such a conjecture. He laughed and said, "Is that true?" As long as the enemy kept his promise and gave him a fair chance to fight, the prey in his hands would be nothing. However, the Black Mist Supreme who had gotten a chance to catch his breath would not fight on the spot. He would only run away immediately, regardless of everything. He would never stay here to have a fair fight with the enemy. What a joke! In the face of such a guy, even one of them was terrible enough, let alone two at the same time. Fair? How could there be fairness? When the two of them appeared here at the same time, it was destined that there would be no fairness. As for the mission, although the mission was important, he had to save his life first. Only by saving his life could he talk about the future. Without his life, what else could he do? The woman's cold voice sounded again. It's up to you to believe it or not. But I can guarantee that if you touch a hair of the girl in front of you again, you will definitely die. This statement made Supreme Black Fog feel relieved. Obviously, the other party cared about the innocent. Ha, this is really a stupid idea. Supreme Black Fog laughed and said, "She's just a country girl. Why would I care about her? But now that she's involved with me, it's fate." As he said that, he slowly pushed the girl's body out of the way with one hand, but the other hand was still waiting, in case something unexpected happened. I didn't expect that there were two heroes hiding in the dark, and they seemed to be a male and female hero. Supreme Black Fog laughed wildly in his heart. Hero? In Jianghu, the title of hero had changed from the most primitive respect to complete sarcasm. The title of Dasa in itself represented a lot of scruples, a sanctimonious appearance, and a sloppiness. To be honest, the strongest enemy that the evildoers of Jianghu were most willing to meet was a Dasa, because heroes were reasonable. Being reasonable was the most precious quality of human beings. But now it had evolved into the most effective weapon for criminals to deal with the righteous Lord. Even if they couldn't beat him, they just had to kneel down and beg for mercy. Hero, I was helpless at the moment. If there was a way out, how could I do such an outrageous thing? After a tearful complaint, the hero would often sigh and be lenient. "You can go now. You must repent and change your ways in the future." Then they would agree and leave with tears of gratitude. Just by saying a few good words to save his life, the queen would continue to do evil, rape him, and kill him. If there was a chance that this hero would fall into her hands, of course, she would not repay the kindness of sparing her life. On the contrary, she would intensify the torture and torture this hero to death. "An idiot like you naturally deserves to die. Who asked you to spare my life in the past? Because of your kindness, how many families have been destroyed? What's the point of such a fool like you living? Even a criminal like me knows the principle of eliminating all evil, but you're so stupid as to let the bad guys live. Shouldn't such a brainless person die?" Therefore, when the Black Fog Lord heard that the two people outside cared so much about the life of the girl, he suddenly had a plan in his mind. "Do you want to be chivalrous? I'll let you do it to your heart's content." The Black Fog Lord couldn't stop thinking, but his face was frank and calm. "I've let go of the girl now. You two can come in. I hope you two can keep your promise and have a fair fight to the death. Abide by the rules of Jianghu and the righteousness of heaven." To be honest, when the Black Fog Lord talked about the rules of Jianghu and the righteousness of heaven, he finally couldn't help but vomit. Damn it, in this world, who still followed the bullshit rules of Jianghu? Wouldn't that be stupid? Outside, a clear male voice said, "Of course, we're chivalrous, so we have to follow the rules. There are things to do, and there are things not to do. Do you think that the world is filled with demons like you?" Hearing this, the Black Fog Lord was even more relieved. Even the way this guy talked was rigid. It seemed that he was really a hero. Therefore, he was relieved and pushed the young girl out. He laughed and said, "If that's the case, I would like to ask the two heroes to show yourselves. Let me see the true faces of the chivalrous men and women of this era. It's the greatest honor of my life to have a fair fight with you two heroes." The male voice didn't relax at all and said, "Let the two girls out." Don't let them get involved. Get out, get out. The Black Fog Lord sneered in his mind. You care so much about two ordinary girls. Even if you're a bullshit hero, you're too soft-hearted. Facing people like you. Even if I can't defeat you, can I escape? What's more, I have countless tricks up my sleeves that can make you trust me 100%. The two girls struggled and stumbled out as if they had been pardoned. They were still choking with sobs, and tears were falling down like rain. Who would have thought that waiters in a hotel, because of their poverty, would be treated so badly? They've both left. You can come out now. The Black Fog Lord had taken advantage of the opportunity when the enemy's divine sense was focused on the two girls and raised all his cultivation. At this moment, he was full of confidence. As long as he seized the opportunity and put both sides in a fair and open environment, the Black Fog Lord didn't think that he would be afraid of anyone, although the two people on the other side were both experts. Their strength wasn't enough to pose a threat to him. Chapter 2370. At this moment, the fighting spirit of immortal Black Fog rose up in his heart. Childish heroes, let me teach you a lesson in life. This first lesson in life may be your last lesson. He really didn't expect to meet such two rookies in Jianghu now. The crisp female voice said, Are you immortal Black Fog? Immortal Black Fog raised his head, laughed, and said, Yes, it's me. Judging from your voices, you must be young, but you have such cultivation. You really shame me. Seeing your cultivation, I really feel that I have lived in vain. The female voice seemed to be a little hesitant. She said, Really? Are you sure? Immortal Black Fog was depressed. How did I meet such two rookies? I was polite to you because I wanted to lure you into the trap. Why are you questioning my identity so stubbornly? Is there anyone who dares to pretend to be immortal Black Fog in dark cloud sky? He had no choice but to answer patiently, I am famous in the world. Who dares to pretend to be me? The female voice said, So you are the real immortal Black Fog? Immortal Black Fog almost had a headache because of these questions. He reluctantly said, What else do you want to ask? Why don't you show up? Don't you want a fair fight? The female voice laughed and said, I have shown up. Perfected Monarch Black Fog was taken aback when he heard that. Then he heard two soft sounds, and a sharp gust of wind was about to reach him. The cicada notices before the golden wind moves, and you secretly send yourself to death without knowing it. Immortal Black Fog, who had experienced hundreds of battles, didn't even think or look back. He just rolled on the ground like a lazy donkey and rolled out of the door. Because at this moment, Immortal Black Fog had already heard from his experience of killing millions that the two sounds were the sound of the necks of the two bodyguards being pierced. And that sharp sound of wind breaking was a sword launching a sneak attack on him. When a martial artist reached the level of sage, the speed of his attack was definitely faster than the speed of sound. If he were to turn around to see what was going on, it would be tantamount to sending his throat to the tip of the enemy's sword. Therefore, he didn't turn around. He directly tripped and rolled all the way out. At this moment, preserving his life was more important. Status and identity were just fleeting clouds. At the same time, he cursed, How dare you sneak attack me from behind? Do you still have the demeanor of a Jianghu hero? There was a sneer behind him, and a cold voice said, Who told you that Lauda is a hero? Are you brain dead, you bastard? Do you think we're heroes? Along with the voice, another sharp whistle suddenly rang out in the air. It was the sword that had attacked Black Fog Sage just now. Only now did the sound of the sword truly belong to that sword. Perfected Monarch Black Mist felt a chill in his heart. This explanation was even more shocking to Black Mist Sage than the sneak attack just now. Just from the way he addressed himself as old, he was definitely not the most orthodox hero of the martial world. From his voice, he sounded more like a hooligan. A hero was not scary, nor was a hooligan, but a hooligan at the level of a senior sage was too scary. However, at this moment, There was a faint murderous intent behind his head, and it was already 3 inches away. Perfected Monarch Black missed, didn't dare to stay any longer. He broke through the wall like a rubber ball and rolled all the way out. He still took the time to shout, sneak attack from behind, "Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the martial world?" At this moment, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if the other party actually wanted to be a hero? But he heard the man behind him scolding, "Fuck you!" This time, Perfected Monarch Black Mist really gave up completely. Damn it! I've never seen a Jianghu hero scolding people like this. It's so vulgar. Perfected Monarch Black Mist really thought, even if I'm full of evil, you can't scold me like this. After all, I'm a famous person, but the life-threatening crisis was hanging over his head. It seemed that he didn't even have time to take a breath, let alone protest. He could only roll all the way out like a rubber ball for thousands of feet. However, under the threat of the other party's awe-inspiring sword chi, he didn't even have the chance to straighten up and change his moves to resist. He could only roll all the way out. In fact, rolling all the way was a unique skill of Perfected Monarch Black Mist. It was called the 18 Rolling Clouds. It was the most effective way to deal with a sneak attack from the back. Its speed was definitely not slower than that of an ordinary high-level sage. And every time he rolled, there would be a follow-up move. It was really a move hidden within a move, with infinite killing moves hidden within. As long as there was a moment of time, he could turn over at any time and give a fatal blow to the enemy who was chasing after him. In the past, in such a situation, Perfected Monarch Black Mist didn't need to use all the 18 rolling clouds at all. He could turn over and stand up to the enemy even if he was at a disadvantage for a while. But now, in the face of a horrible long sword, he didn't even have the chance to straighten up. Even until now, he didn't know what the enemy behind him looked like. Perfected Monarch Black Mist was going crazy with regret. If it weren't for his wrong judgment at the beginning, if it weren't for his one-sided thinking that the other party was a hero, if it weren't for... How could he have fallen into such an embarrassing situation now? This bastard behind him didn't even have the slightest demeanor. He directly used underhanded means to kill him. Didn't you just say that you wanted a fair fight? Perfected Monarch Black Mist rolled and shouted sullenly, "If it weren't for you saying that you would give me a fair chance to fight, I would have escaped at the risk of getting injured. Now, I would be at least hundreds or thousands of miles away. Why didn't you keep your word? Despicable and shameless." Perfected Monarch Black Mist felt wronged. He had always been the one who betrayed others and was despicable and shameless. When had he ever been cheated so badly? The cold voice behind him said, "I was right to say that you were a moron. You believed me when I said that I would give you a fair chance to fight? Now, if I tell you that I'm actually your father, would you believe me?" Perfected Monarch Black Mist almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of person was the person behind him? Damn it, isn't this too shameless? Even though we're on opposing sides, your mouth is too venomous. But at this moment, there was no time to be angry. It was more important to escape. No matter how despicable the other party was, who asked him to be so powerful that he thought that the other party was a hero. Damn it, how can there be so many heroes in the world? Perfected Monarch Black Mist cried in his heart. "I'm really out of my mind." He rolled all along the way as if he was riding on the clouds and mist. All along the way, he'd already destroyed countless houses and residences. Yet the lethal sword chi behind him didn't weaken in the slightest, and it was still attached to him from the beginning to the end. And it was getting closer and closer. Perfected Monarch Black Mist rolled faster and faster. He had even activated the potential of his life to escape in a way that exceeded his own limits. The sweat on his body had already turned blood red. Sweat and blood. But he didn't know that Chu Yang, who was activating the sword energy behind him, was also extremely surprised. This Perfected Monarch Black Mist was really extraordinary. He deserved his reputation. From the beginning, Chu Yang had taken advantage of the fact that he was enjoying himself with Mo Qingwu's divine sense and completely locked onto him. Under normal circumstances, no matter how high the opponent's cultivation was, as long as he hadn't broken through a big level of their combined strength, he could be killed with one sword strike. But Chu Yang had tried his best and used all his skills to activate the ultimate 1,000 miles chasing sword. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? He had chased the opponent for a distance of 70,000 feet, but he still couldn't kill the opponent with his sword. Chu Yang had obviously gained the upper hand, and even had the absolute killing power. It was as if he could cut off the opponent's head at any time, but he still couldn't complete the last step. What was more frightening was that Chu Yang himself knew that his physical strength was almost reaching its limit. In the face of such a difficult opponent, as long as there was a slight gap, the opponent would have a chance to turn the situation around. But Chu Yang didn't have a suitable strategy to deal with the opponent's endless rolling and dodging. At this moment, as long as the opponent took a breath, it would be Chu Yang's turn to be at a disadvantage. Although Chu Yang had the upper hand now, the situation between the two sides was delicate. Chu Yang could only maintain this chasing situation. He couldn't not. Even though it was dangerous and the situation was dire, Chu Yang could only continue to kill without hesitation, because Chu Yang still had one last move. Mo Qing Wu stepped on the heavenly dance. Her red clothes were as red as blood. She looked like a red cloud that was slowly floating in the air. She looked elegant and carefree, but she had already unleashed all of her potential. She was almost as fast as the wind and lightning. Her eyes were fixed on the shining sword light in front of her. That was Chu Yang's calamity sword. In the face of such a powerful enemy, although Mo Qinggu was a little nervous, she was more excited, because this was the first time she and Chu Yang had joined forces to fight. This was also the first time since the two of them met again that only the two of them were joining forces to fight against such a powerful enemy. This battle must be won. No matter what, there must not be any mistakes. Mo Qinggu had always thought that as long as she was with Chu Yang, they would be invincible. There must be no mistakes in today's battle. This was the first time she and Chu Yang had joined forces after reuniting. No matter what, she had to take down this evil black fog perfected lord as a sacrifice. Mo Qing Wu let out a tender shout. Her body sped up again. Chu Yang had already pushed her from behind. Mo Qinggu rushed out like she was riding on clouds. Qingwu Dream's saber flickered with dreamy colors and slashed down at Black Fog perfected lord like a thunderbolt. Sky Dance, Heaven and Earth Dance. Chapter 2371. Bullshit, go to hell. Before true monarch Black Fog could finish his words, Chu Yang's furious calamity sword struck again. With a flash of light like a thunderbolt, true monarch Black Fog's head flew up and then fell down. The headless corpse of true monarch Black Fog, from his neck to his crotch, was neatly divided into two pieces. You deserve to die, you're worse than a beast. Chu Yang was furious. The calamity sword stirred wildly, and true monarch Black Fog, from head to toe, quickly turned into pure energy and was completely devoured by the calamity sword. All that was left was a pile of ashes. Chu Yang rarely did things so ruthlessly, humiliating the enemy's corpse. But this time, true monarch Black Fog's last sentence ignited the boundless anger in Chu Yang's heart. Mo Qinggu was Chu Yang's first reverse scale. This person who was already dead actually dared to speak vulgarly to Mo Qinggu and look at her with his eyes. Chu Yang might as well destroy his entire spirit. Mo Qinggu stood quietly not far away, her beautiful eyes shining with joy. Seeing Chu Yang so ruthless and angry because of her, Mo Qinggu did not panic. Instead, there was an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. The one he cares about the most is still me. In this world, no one can hurt me in front of Chu Yang. On the other side, Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing encountered the first fierce battle in their lives. That senile Qi Nyonyo, who seemed to be on the verge of dying at any moment, burst out with a fighting prowess when he faced the attacks of these two people. And this fighting prowess even made peerless experts like Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang feel boundless shock. The two found Qi Niuniu at a snack stall in front of the inn, in the downtown area. Gu Duxing originally wanted to follow him back and choose a relatively less crowded place to attack, but an accidental discovery made the two immediately change their minds and decide to attack immediately. They saw Qi Niuniu sitting there with his body bent, blocking half of the door. He seemed to be looking at the crowd coming and going on the street with blurred eyes. He seemed to be doing nothing. However, everyone who passed by him showed a kind of dispirited look. No matter how energetic they were, as long as they passed by that door, they would become dispirited. With Gu Duxing's eyesight, he naturally discovered this abnormal situation immediately. Then he carefully observed it with his divine sense. In the air, there were numerous, densely packed threads. Those were invisible threads. However, as long as someone passed by and touched those threads would immediately entangle that person. Then, a part of this person's life force would quietly emanate from their body and be extracted, forming a completely transparent energy that floated in front of Qi Niuniu. In front of Qi Niuniu was a bowl of ordinary noodles. As long as his thread wrapped around a person's vitality, he would move his chopsticks, pick up a noodle, and put it into his mouth along with the vitality thread. It was unknown how many threads there were in the sky, but they almost covered the entire street. It was like a huge and dense spider web. After a string sent back life force, it would immediately return and once again stretch across the sky, waiting for another person's life force to arrive. Every time Qi Niuniu ate the noodles, he actually only ate a small portion. Then he would put the rest back into the bowl, and when another person's vitality arrived, he would eat another small portion. He was like an old man in his twilight years who was infinitely cherishing the few meals he could still eat in his life. It was as if he would die tomorrow and not be able to eat anymore. That kind of reluctance and cherishing. He did his best to continue this hard-won meal. But now he had already eaten half of that huge bowl of noodles. This meant that at least thousands of people had unknowingly lost a part of their vitality and been eaten into his stomach. As he ate, he sighed. His dim yellow eyes were filled with the emotion of an old life. There was even a strong sense of pity. This bastard deserves to die 10,000 times. In such a short time, he has unknowingly devoured the vitality of so many innocent people. Letting him live a little longer is unnecessary. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing immediately decided that they couldn't wait any longer. It was really too evil. Just by looking at such an extremely evil cultivation method, the two of them felt their hair stand on end. Unknowingly, the originally good vitality was gone, just like that. Dong Wushang strode out from the shadows with the dark saber on his shoulder. He was like a moving mountain, with a dense and vigorous aura and an unparalleled pressure. In just 3 steps, he had already arrived in front of Qi Niuniu. In the places where he passed, all the threads arranged there were like a camel breaking into a spider's web. Pa, pa, pa. All of them were broken. All of them were rolled back. At the same time, Gu Duxing also took a step forward. A piercingly cold and abundant sword aura was emitted from his body. From one end of the street to the other, those extremely evil threads were all destroyed by the sword aura at the same time. Qi Niuniu raised his dim old eyes and looked at Dong Wushang. He muttered weakly, "This warrior, are you here to eat noodles? This old man is blocking your way. Sorry." As he said this, he slowly retreated with staggering steps, just like a timid and kind old man who was retreating to avoid trouble. Dong Wushang glared at him angrily and said, "Qi Niuniu, is this bowl of noodles of yours delicious?" Qi Niuniu smiled honestly and licked his lips. He said, "Honestly, it's delicious. The saltiness is just right. There's also shredded meat inside. It's really delicious. This old man loves the noodles made here the most." As he said this, he let out a long sigh and said, This old man is already so old. Every day I live is a day less. These noodles, every bowl I eat is also a bowl less. This beautiful world, Dong Wushang said indifferently. You're already so old. You've already lived what you should have lived and eaten what you should have eaten. I think it's time for you to die. Qi Nyonyo nodded humbly. Yes, yes, this old man feels a little tired of living. After eating this bowl of noodles today, I don't know if I can eat it again tomorrow. Some of the others who were eating earlier stood up and glared at Dong Wushang. How can you speak like that? Is there anyone who speaks like that to an old man? You have an extraordinary bearing. How can the five of you speak so uncultured? Immediately, a group of people echoed and criticized Dong Wushang. The eyes of the masses were never clear. They were all people who echoed what others said. And it was even more so in front of them. Dong Wushang looked at these people who criticized him with great pity. Do you know that this old man whom you're fighting for has already unknowingly stolen a considerable part of your life force? Originally, you should be able to live to 70 or 80 years old. But now, I'm afraid you won't even live to 10 years old. It's all because of this old man in front of you who you're trying your best to protect. This world is still beautiful. Tears streamed down Qi Nyonyo's face, as if he couldn't be more touched by the actions of the people in front of him. He repeatedly cupped his hands to express his gratitude. Gu Duxing's figure was as straight as a sword. He walked in with a strong killing intent. His gaze was like a sword as he looked at Qi Nyonyo. Qi Nyonyo, do you feel that human life is precious in this world? That it's also worth protecting? Qi Nyonyo nodded repeatedly and sighed sadly. Yes, yes. It's really not easy to live in this world. Even if it's past dusk and the world is about to part, it's still precious. He stood up shakily and let out a long sigh. The long sky and thick earth nurtured my parents. There are many hardships in life. Wind, knives, and frost sharpening the ears. A forest of knives and rain of swords. To win fame and glory. Open spears and hidden arrows. To move forward. Pitiful people, many worries. The world is in chaos. Where is the paradise? His tone was really full of compassion for the state of the universe and the fate of mankind. Many people who heard this couldn't help but feel a lot of resonance in their hearts. They actually sighed a little. Gu Duxing was completely indifferent to this. He said quietly and indifferently, Qi Nyonyo, you've really played enough of this show. Do you want to go out with us? Or do you want to settle it here? After seeing this demon unreasonably devouring the life force of so many people, Gu Duxing only felt disgust towards Qi Nyonyo's words. Qi Nyonyo said hesitantly, settle it? Settle what? Settle it and finish this bowl of noodles? Gu Duxing didn't move, but the expression on his face was completely cold. An invisible sword energy and a dense, murderous aura surged out. Dong Wushang couldn't hold it in any more. He strode forward and kicked the big bowl in front of Qi Nyonyo into the air. Then he reached out to grab Qi Nyonyo. Old bastard, do you think I can't see through your disguise? Do you still want to be so pretentious and try to fool me? Instantly, there were criticisms all around. Some people even scolded angrily. How can this man be so inhumane? How can he be so rude to such an old man? Don't you have any old people in your family? Qi Nyonyo shouted, Murder! Someone wants to kill me, this old man. Save me! Beside him, two young men in martial attire walked over quickly and shouted, Stop! If you continue to be rude to this old man, we won't be polite to you. Dong Wushang flew into a rage in an instant. He turned around and shouted angrily, Shut up! His shout was like a sudden clap of thunder in the air. Everyone felt dizzy the moment they heard the roar. At the same time, the dark saber was already unsheathed. Without any explanation, the saber chopped down. Since you still want to pretend, I'll just show your true face. If you still want to play a show to gain sympathy and incite the ignorant masses, then stand straight and let me chop you. I'd like to see if you're the best actor in the Heaven Palace. Such a thunderous, saber fell down with a loud bang. Naturally, it caused a series of exclamations. Chapter 2372. There were a few people with a strong sense of justice who wanted to step forward to help. However, they couldn't do so under Dong Wushang's tyrannical aura. It was as if their entire bodies were frozen stiff. They couldn't move even an inch. A bright light flashed in Qi Nyunyo's eyes. He could no longer put on an act in the face of such an indomitable and unreasonable attack. No matter how good his acting skills were, they were useless in the face of such a resolute attack. He stood up abruptly and stretched out his bony right hand before he slowly raised it. The black saber fell down with the power of wind and thunder. Such divine power should have been unparalleled and unstoppable. However, when it reached the top of Qi Nyunyo's head, it met his palm. The palm and the saber collided with each other. The black saber stopped in the air. With Dong Wushang's strength, he couldn't split the palm in front of him. It was stopped in the air. Qi Nyunyo's dim old eyes shot out a faint cold light, and he said indifferently, "Young man, don't be so angry. Don't use your saber, spear, and shout to kill. You must know that anger is harmful to the body. When you reach my age, you will know this truth. Of course, the premise is that you can live to my age." Dong Wushang pulled out his saber with a whoosh and slashed down again. He shouted, "I want to see how long you can pretend. If you have the guts, continue pretending." This saber slashed out countless saber shadows in the air. It was as if 10,000 sabers were falling down in an instant. Wherever the saber shadows passed, there was white smoke in the air. Under the extreme speed, the air was burning. Dong Wushang only used about 50% of his strength in the previous saber slash, but he could see Qi Nyunyo's terrifying strength. So he didn't hold back at all in this saber slash. He attacked with all his strength. Gu Duxing held the hilt of his sword and watched the battle from the side. However, the huge pressure emitted from him made Qi Nyunyo clearly feel that he couldn't act rashly. He couldn't even deal with Dong Wushang with all his strength. As long as he dared to attack with all his strength, Gu Duxing could kill him in an instant. At the same time, Qi Nyunyo also vaguely felt that there was a faint killing intent floating in a secret place. This was not the result of observation through spiritual sense. It was just a kind of feeling or perhaps a kind of intuition. It belonged to the intuition of an experienced and profound cultivator towards danger. There was no evidence to prove this intuition, but he could feel that there was a powerful master hiding in the dark, not inferior to these two, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Once he made a move, it would be a matter of life and death. The situation in front of them had already formed a triangular attack front, and Qi Nyunyo was at the core of the triangular siege. The first thing he had to deal with was Dong Wushang's one saber technique. 10,000 moves returned to one. At this moment, Qi Nyunyo's body suddenly retreated like a wisp of smoke. In an instant, he had already left Dong Wushang's attack range, drawing a straight white line in the air. This was a special phenomenon caused by the intense friction between his body and the air due to his excessively fast movement technique. He was actually facing Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing. He was retreating at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, it was as if a transparent hole extended far away. This collision had broken through at least dozens of walls of houses. This retreat had covered a distance of 3,000 feet. It wasn't until his eyes saw the round hole that the sharp whistling sound of air being torn apart suddenly rang in his ears. Then the dust and smoke had time to rise, following which countless bodies flew out of the hole with a swish, swish, swish sound. This was Qi Nyunyo who had escaped. He had casually grabbed everyone he saw along his escape route and threw them behind him to block the pursuers. If one wanted to stop or even catch up with Qi Nyunyo at the first moment, this cave was undoubtedly the fastest and best way. However, as long as someone chased along this route, they would run into the innocent people Qi Nyunyo had thrown out. In such a high-speed collision, The weak bodies of these ordinary people would be shattered into countless pieces with just one touch. But if one had scruples about these people, one would never be able to catch up with Qin Yunyo. Even if one did not care about these people, they would still be dead. Because when Qin Yunyo threw these people out, there was still some residual force. If one could not resolve it in time, these people would still be dead. When the surrounding ordinary people saw this sudden turn of events, they were all dumbfounded and at a loss. No one would have thought that the doddering old man whom they wanted to protect with flushed faces just now was actually such a deranged demon. He grabbed innocent people and threw them into the sharp blade, using the disappearance of countless human lives as a bargaining chip to buy himself a little time to escape. There was a series of exclamations. Countless human bodies had already been thrown out, spinning. Dong Wushang, who was about to give chase, was so angry that he roared. But in the end, he could not do something like killing the innocent to chase after Qin Yunyo. The helplessness at this moment almost made Dong Wushang explode with anger. A loud and clear sword whistling sound rang out. Gu Duxing had already taken the lead to give chase. Wait a moment. Before his voice had died away, Gu Duxing had already disappeared. Dong Wushang shouted loudly, and the dark saber returned to its scabbard in an instant. Then he made a circle with his hands, and a gentle force was sent out to catch everyone who had been thrown out one by one. Fortunately, they managed to catch them in time, and no one was injured in the end. It was just that this street was suddenly full of people, all of whom were caught by Dong Wushang. There were men and women, old and young. There were actually hundreds of people in total. Some of them were not dressed properly. Obviously, who would be dressed so neatly in their own home? However, to be thrown out so abruptly was another matter altogether. All of them were terrified and scared out of their wits. They were clearly sleeping, drinking tea, chatting, taking a bath, or doing something else at home. How did they suddenly become flying people? And they came to the street in an instant, but there was a blur in front of their eyes. The burly man who caught them just now suddenly disappeared again. It was really as if they had seen a ghost. Then they saw a group of people walking over with ashamed faces. Some of them sighed. Sigh, we've wronged a good person. We're really blind. Who knew that old fart was actually a demon? What a good actor. We've really let him down. Qin Yunyo's escape strategy succeeded. Seeing that he had already escaped from the divine senses of Gu and Dong, he turned around and was about to flee. But suddenly he felt an evil wind behind his head. Under the rebound of his palm, a short sword was turned into powder. But at the same time, more than 10 sharp sounds of the wind rang out at the same time. A cold voice said, "Do you really think you can escape?" That was a woman's voice. But the murderous intent in the voice was no less than that of the two men just now. It even surpassed them. Danger came again. Qin Yunyo snorted coldly. His body spun like a whirlwind, and a purple light rose from his body. The surroundings were filled with clanking sounds. More than 10 kinds of hidden weapons, at the moment when they touched his body, had already been shattered by the protective primordial energy. At the same time when Qin Yunyo broke the net of hidden weapons, a slender figure had quietly appeared. A short sword that really carried the arrival of death had also pierced Qin Yunyo's chest like a meteor. All kinds of attacks and all kinds of unexpected attacks had already made Qin Yunyo unable to make any dodging action. Seeing this fatal sword, he could no longer avoid it no matter what. But at this moment, Qin Yunyo took a deep breath. His already thin chest collapsed in the air. The original landing point of the sword had a slight deviation because of this, and there was a brief pause at the same time. But in this little gap, Qin Yunyo's 2 fingers had already pinched the tip of the sword, preventing it from continuing to fall. Until this time, he had the leisure to raise his head and look at the enemy who suddenly appeared. Unconsciously, a trace of strong fear flashed across his eyes. Killer. She was definitely a top killer who could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire Heaven Imperial Court. This woman's assassination skills had already reached the point where she could perfectly conceal her killing intent. Even if she killed the target, she would not reveal her killing intent. This was a perfect combination of cultivation and experience. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, the number of killers who could reach this point would definitely not exceed the number of fingers on one hand. But when Chi Nuno raised his head, he only saw a slim figure that was getting further and further away. The next moment, she had already completely disappeared. He did not even see the other party's face. In his hand, he was clearly still holding the tip of the other party's sword. This was an extremely sharp sword, at least a heaven-grade weapon. But the other party did not have the slightest bit of reluctance. Once it was held by him, she immediately let go and quickly retreated. If the attack failed, she would flee far away. No matter what kind of weapon it was, once it was caught by the enemy, it would no longer belong to her completely. She had to let go. Only by ensuring her own safety and life could she carry out the next mission. So Mo lay, or immediately retreated after her attack failed. Good killing technique. Who are you? Chi Nuno praised. He was really curious about this woman who suddenly appeared. Mo lay, or did not say a word, but the other sword tip had already pierced towards Chi Nuno ruthlessly and accurately. At this moment, Chi Nuno's hair stood on end, as if he had already been targeted by an ancient giant beast. The continuous killing intent that lingered like a net let him know that under the guidance of this aura, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to completely shake off the enemy without killing the other party. Gu Duxing had arrived. In this short moment, when Mo lay or blocked for a moment, Gu Duxing arrived just in time. Once he arrived, he attacked. A sword pierced through the sky towards the peak. His condition was unprecedentedly low. The plot arrangement was very good, but he was just tired and did not feel like writing today. He wrote one chapter. Chapter 2373. Chi Nuno sneered. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. At least you'll have a companion on the road to the netherworld, so that you won't be lonely. He turned back quickly. With a clang, the short sword in his hand had already become the hilt of the sword. It collided with Gu Duxing's black dragon, soared fiercely. In this head-on collision, Gu Duxing did a somersault to dissipate the remaining momentum. He landed in front of Chi Nuno, and his aura locked onto the person in front of him again. The two swords that had clashed earlier were buzzing with noise. If Chu Yang was here, he would definitely hate himself for being a busybody. Why did he give Mo lay such a full set of high-grade equipment, including Brother Jia, Tan Tan, Zixieqing, and everyone else? No one's equipment was as luxurious and high-grade as Mo lay's, because not only was there a large number of her equipment, but every one of them was of the highest grade, not to mention the short sword and other close-range weapons. Even the quality of all the hidden weapons were of the highest grade. Such luxurious equipment was probably unprecedented in the entire history of the Heaven Imperial Court. Even if it wasn't the last, it was at least unprecedented. Otherwise, how could a short sword that could be abandoned casually collide with Gu Duxing's black dragon sword head-on and not be destroyed? Although the quality of Gu Duxing's life weapon, the black dragon sword, was far better than Mo lay's short sword, it was impossible to break it in one collision. In such a first collision, the black dragon sword was not damaged at all, while the short sword only had a grain-sized gap. That was all. It didn't affect the following battle at all. Chi Nuno's white hair was bleak. He looked at Gu Duxing and sneered. You came quickly and died quickly. Since you're in a hurry to die, I'll definitely fulfill your wish. Gu Duxing definitely didn't have the habit of speaking first when facing an enemy. He snorted, and the black dragon sword flew up again with a hum sound. It was mixed with a kind of determination to sweep the world. The long sword seemed to have become a rolling river. In the midst of such a vast and sharp surging sword momentum, Chi Nuno clearly felt a sense of loss. There was a sense of loneliness, as if there was only one person in the vast world who was dancing with a sword. This sword move actually had its own emotions. A sword of spirituality. This sword move was none other than Gu Duxing's original sword move. Life and death. Victory and defeat. Turning head into nothingness. The long sword transformed into a long river of time, descending mightily. An unprecedentedly solemn expression appeared on Qi Nyunyo's face. He immediately raised the dagger in his hand and countered every move. Gu Duxing's body was moving rapidly, turning into an illusory shadow. He appeared and disappeared in front of and behind Qi Nyunyo, as if he was real and illusory at the same time. Qi Nyunyo, on the other hand, stood like a mountain. The short sword in his hand flowed with vigorous sword qi, and he slashed out like a storm. He calmly faced the battle and did not panic at all. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged no less than 200 moves. Gu Duxing's goal was not to kill the enemy, but only to delay Qi Nyunyo and wait for Dong Wushang to arrive. Together with Mo Lei, the three of them would have the confidence to defeat the enemy. Offense was the perfect defense. His sword momentum was like a violent storm, airtight. His attacks connected heaven and earth, endless. In the face of such an attack, trying to forcibly escape would only result in him stepping onto the road to the netherworld earlier. Qi Nyunyo snickered. You're just waiting for your companions to come and join forces to launch a pincer attack. Although such a strong attack is fierce, it won't last long. Aren't you afraid of dying of exhaustion before your companions arrive? Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Since I haven't left until now, all the more your companions won't leave when they arrive. I won't let any of you off. However, Gu Duxing completely ignored Qi Nyunyo's words. He only sneered, and his sword danced even more urgently. Qi Nyunyo's mouth was full of sarcasm, but in fact he was complaining continuously in his heart. He had really braced himself to say those words just now. However, the enemy in front of him was really not easy to deal with. Qi Nyunyo knew that he could withstand it and not fall into a disadvantageous position. In fact, if this continued for a long time, there was a possibility of a backlash. However, all of this was based on the premise that Gu Duxing would eventually be exhausted. Before that, wanting to escape without paying a price was undoubtedly a fool's dream and absolutely not realistic. The other party's dense murderous intent had long locked onto him. He believed that even if he walked to the ends of the earth, he wouldn't be able to shake off this murderous intent. Not to mention Gu Duxing. There was also that woman who had once again hidden in the dark after her attack failed. Her strength was strong, and her assassination skills were brilliant. She was also a formidable opponent. If there was even the slightest bit of carelessness, there was the possibility of losing his life at any time. Under such circumstances, wanting to escape unscathed was simply nonsense. It was just that Gu Duxing was obviously waiting for Dong Wushang to come over and join forces to launch a pincer attack. But wasn't Qi Nyunyo also waiting for the appearance of a turning point? As long as that person from before came over, the gap in strength between the two parties would be even more obvious. However, two people's thoughts were ultimately not as simple as one person's. At that time, when the other party had just joined forces, there was bound to be a moment of relaxation. At that moment, when the other party had just joined forces, there was bound to be a moment of relaxation. At that moment of disharmony, cutting off the lock and escaping would be the most suitable way for him to escape at the moment. Otherwise, even if he managed to escape today, he was afraid that he would face the endless pursuit of the other party. One must know that these few young people in front of him represented the official forces of the entire Moyun sky. No matter how confident Qi Nyunyo was, he also didn't dare to really face the pursuit of the entire Moyun sky head-on. Qi Nyunyo was really strenuous in a one-on-one battle with Gu Duxing. It wasn't that Gu Duxing had already occupied the absolute offensive and he had fallen into a disadvantage and was in a very difficult situation. It was because Gu Duxing's attacks were really too sharp. Almost every move had a common characteristic. If you die, I'll be injured. That was a kind of outlaw spirit through and through, leaving no room for leeway at all. Chi Nyonyo could be said to be extremely troubled by such a fighting style. This was like a righteous ruler suddenly encountering a group of unreasonable hooligans. No matter what he said, they would just beat him down with a stick without any explanation. There was no buffer at all. It was completely barbaric and unreasonable. Facing such an opponent, it was simply unrealistic to want to deal with it completely without getting injured. It was definitely not that his strength was inferior, but it was very aggrieved. The other party completely didn't follow the usual way of fighting with all his might. Yet he was the kind of person who cherished his life very much. He had encountered a person who didn't care about his life at all, and it was even an expert. Even if his cultivation was higher than the other party, there was also nothing he could do about it. What else could he do but feel aggrieved? Therefore, under Gu Duxing's violent attacks, Chi Nyonyo could only blindly protect himself and wait for Gu Duxing to finish in one go. However, every time he faced Gu Duxing's bone-chilling gaze, he would feel uncomfortable all over. This kind of feeling to the extreme made Chi Nyonyo feel very indignant. Even when I faced Yuan Tianji back then, facing that kind of gaze that could overturn the world, I didn't feel so uncomfortable. How can such a nobody actually make me feel so uncomfortable? Therefore, Chi Nyonyo was really a little angry. His original intention of coming here was to wait for the arrival of another person, but he ended up being besieged by 3 top experts. It was just collecting the life force of some ants. Was there a need to risk your life like this with me? Originally, Chi Nyonyo still planned to wait for Gu Duxing's companions to arrive before looking for an opportunity to escape, but now he suddenly changed his mind. Since you want to die so much, risking your life with every move, then I'll fulfill your wish. I'll completely kill this coffin face here. Then I'll leave calmly. Although that woman is also very impressive, the killing move is only for a moment. She may not be able to react in time. At most, she can only make up for it later. Her strength is even weaker than this coffin face in front of me. Even if I'm injured by her, as long as it's not a vital point, the injury won't be very serious. She may even completely lose the ability to fight under my counterattack. In this way, even if the other person comes, it won't be of much use. My true cultivation is far above theirs. It's absolutely impossible for the 2 of them to keep me here. What made him change his mind was Gu Duxing's gaze. Coldness, disdain, contempt, and a kind of disregard. This gaze completely infuriated Chi Nyonyo. He's looking down on me. He actually dares to look down on me? People of the martial world are like this. You can kill me, but you can't look down on me. If you kill me, I'll say, good martial arts. Your sword is so fast. But if you look down on me, I'll fight you to the death. Chi Nyonyo roared, and the short sword in his hand suddenly pierced straight out. This sword carried a biting cold aura. Didn't you want to fight to the death? Let's see if you can really fight to the death against me. Faced with Chi Nyonyo's sudden change, a hint of sincere mockery flashed across Gu Duxing's eyes. The tip of his sword followed the other party's sword and pierced out, but it deviated a little. Your sword is the goal of piercing my heart? Come on, I won't dodge, because my sword will pierce your throat at the same time you stab me. No retreat. Tit for tat. Chi Nyonyo snorted, immediately retracted his sword, and raised it rapidly again, blocking Gu Duxing's sword to the side. Then he stabbed towards Gu Duxing's throat again. Gu Duxing's expression didn't change. His long sword turned in a circle and pierced towards Chi Nyonyo's throat like a meteor. If you stab my throat, I'll stab your throat too. If we die together. Chi Nyonyo's sword was like the wind. It had clearly already touched Gu Duxing's throat and even cut a line of blood, but he had no choice but to retract his sword and retreat, because Gu Duxing's expression didn't change, and the direction of his long sword didn't change, still piercing straight ahead. If you don't retract your sword, I won't retract my sword. Even if you retract your sword, I still won't retract my sword. Chi Nyonyo, who was in the situation, was furious. With a somersault, he flipped 100 to 80 feet away and shouted angrily, "Who exactly are you? Are you even a fucking human? A war? Is there anyone who fights like you?" When he said this, Chi Nyonyo truly felt wronged. After a busy day today, I finally sent out the second batch of physical books that everyone bought, causing the update to be a little late. Sorry. Today, I've signed more than 500 books. It's fine if it's just signing, but I've written a message for each first episode. Dear, I've never written so many words since I stopped going to school. My wrists are sore. Cough, cough. I'll continue to write. At the same time, I'll roar. I don't have many physical books left for the 1st to 5th episodes. Brothers and sisters who want them, hurry up and follow me. After sending out the physical books, sent by the publishing house this time, I'll have to wait for a long time for the next event.